Just wait a few seconds until 10 o'clock comes around for the actual formal opening. I'm not sure if I can override the microphones. Hopefully I can. But I'm not sure. We'll see how that goes. I should also ask, can you all hear me? Loud and clear. Right. If at any point you can't hear me or anybody else, if you can signal to me, I'll make sure that we make appropriate arrangements. So good morning, everyone. Again, it's 10 o'clock and the inquiry is now open. My name is Mark DeKeen. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and have been appointed by the Secretary of State for Levelling Up Communities and Local Government to conduct the inquiry and determine the appeal. It's an inquiry into an appeal by Infrared UK Lion Nominee 1 and Infrared UK Lion Nominee 2 against the non-determination of an outline application with all matters reserved for the part demolition and redevelopment of the Eastgate Centre and neighbouring land to provide a mix of town centre uses, including up to 2,800 residential units, retail and commercial floor space, and reconfiguration of car parking, new public realm, footpaths and walkways, landscaping, open spaces, and associated physical works. That's a summary, very long summary. The appeal relates to land at Eastgate Shopping Centre, 85 Southern Hay, Basildon. This event is to be run primarily as a face-to-face inquiry, but with the ability to observe the proceedings via the council's YouTube channel. In other words, the event is being streamed. I presume that is all happening, is it? As we speak. It's right, good. So welcome to those who are observing by YouTube. I did, in terms of the inquiry timetable, suggest that some of the sessions could be dealt with virtually towards the end of the inquiry. We can review that as we go along. I mean, whether it's possible to deal with everything face to face, we'll see, but I'm flexible in relation to that, depending how we get on. Before I get into the evidence, I've got some opening announcements covering some procedural and programming matters. And first of all, I need to confirm who will be taking part in the inquiry. I've got the names, but for the benefit of those who haven't seen the lists and are observing, then I need confirmation. So first of all, for the appellant.
Good morning, sir. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Charlie Banner, QC. I'm the lead counsel for the appellant. Like fellow counsel is Stephanie Hall, who's on screen over there. Stephanie's participating through the Zoom link. And we're instructed by CMS. We have Isabel Stones from CMS over here. And our four witnesses are Mr. Brian Tracy, Mr. Laurie Hancock, Mr. Nick Ireland, who's not here today, Mr. John Mumby, who's behind, and to Mr. Mumby's right is his colleague, Miss Ruby Ellis. So that's the appellant's team. I've missed anybody out? Thank you.
So may it please you, sir. I hope the microphone's on, working. My name is Craig Howell Williams, Queen's Counsel, and with me to my right is Michael Finney, also of Counsel. You should have received, and I think you have, an order of appearances, and from that you will detect that I'm instructed by Charlotte McKay, Principal Lawyer of Basildon Borough Council, and Mr. Reynolds will be giving evidence on townscape and design matters. Elizabeth Reynolds will be giving evidence primarily on planning and policy matters. Mr. Davey will be assisting you through the roundtable session in relation to the 5-year housing land supply matter. And Section 106 and SIL compliance, Charlotte McKay will assist you with, and on conditions as well, Adele Lawrence, Principal Planner. So I should make clear, sadly, Ms. Lawrence, who hopefully is online, yes, watching and listening, but she can't be here because of COVID. And likewise, the same is true of Christine Lyons, also part of the planning team. So with their apologies, but they are tuning in, sir.
So in terms of the sessions that they're involved in, but are they likely to participate virtually then, or?
Yes, I mean, we're hoping, I'm not sure entirely of the details, but I'm hoping that one or both of them will get better very quickly so that they can attend face to face, but I can't guarantee that at the moment.
So we have two microphones, so I'm not sure if we're picking up sound from both, but this is something which will keep us occupied throughout the inquiry, I'm sure. But presumably in terms of the main design, housing land supply and planning witnesses, they are face to face and present and will be present. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. Right. In terms of interested parties, I'm not sure if we have anybody here who's an interested party, or whether anybody wishes to join virtually, if that's feasible. I did have two names, potentially Councillor Davida Amdemiua, excuse the pronunciation, and Nicholas Street, but I'm assuming neither are here now, or virtually. Right, I see. Okay, I think I'd indicated that it's likely to be this afternoon anyway, so that's fine. Very good. I mean, if anybody else turns up during the inquiry and wishes to speak, I'm fairly flexible in terms of allowing them to speak, as long as we keep some sort of order. And obviously people observing on YouTube are doing that. So I'll come to the timings later on. But as I said, I intend to hear from the councillor this afternoon. The councillor may be asked questions by Mr. Banner. Depends on what is said, but that's possible. And also, if any interested parties are here during the roundtable sessions or have questions of the appellant's witnesses, assuming they're objecting, then they can do that. And I'll keep a record of who speaks each day. Do we have an attendance list circulating? Right, okay. I'm not thinking these may be phased out in due course, but for now, we've still got the requirement to have an attendance list. So if you can fill that in, and if you want to draw my attention to any qualifications, please do so. Although obviously in terms of the main witnesses, I have your qualifications on your proofs. I'll collect that at the end of the day, and there'll be a separate one each day. Obviously the event is being live streamed, but is anybody else in the room recording it or transferring to social media? Just for my information. No. Good. I'm assuming the press aren't present. In terms of the decision itself, it will be provided to those who speak at the inquiry. It will also be available via the Planning Inspectorate Appeals Casework Portal using the 7-digit case reference 3285386. In terms of letters of notification, I have those which were sent out by the council dated 9th of February 2022 and the 11th of July 2022 in relation to this inquiry. And I've seen, I think, 2 responses to those notification letters. One from Alder King Planning Consultants on behalf of Ruckman Properties Limited, who I understand have a leasehold interest in 14 properties proposed for demolition, and a letter from the NHS Mid and South Essex Health and Care Partnership, which raised capacity issues, which in their view will require mitigation. Are there any other letters that people are aware of in terms of the actual appeal notification itself? No. There were also letters submitted at application stage, some 69 letters of objection and 1 letter of support. I'll take into account all those representations in my decision. Just now touching on conditions, I suppose most people here are familiar with the fact that we will discuss those in a roundtable session towards the end of the appeal. It doesn't mean that I've made my mind up about the appeal. It's something that's done at all inquiries and hearings, so I can get the views of the parties on what conditions should be imposed should I decide to allow the appeal. A draft list of conditions has been prepared and will form the basis of that discussion. I think there are 2 conditions on which the council and the appellants have not reached agreement on, and we'll obviously look at those in more detail at that session. And also, if possible, if the latest list could be made public by adding it to the core document list. I'm looking towards the council, but I don't know who's actually responsible for that. But if we can make sure that those are publicly available. Section 106 obligations. These are, for those who are not familiar, intended to mitigate the impact of the development on infrastructure in general terms. I've seen a draft agreement. Where are we at in terms of a final draft, and also in relation to a still compliance statement, both of which we ought to really have at this stage? Can anybody assist me on that?
So, the latest in the 106 is that the two authorities sent over some revised wording yesterday, which is being considered by the appellant solicitors. The intention is to get back to them ASAP on that revised wording. So conscious of obviously the need to get final wording to you pronto. So I'm told that most of the key points are considered to be resolved already, but there's not yet an agreed draft.
In terms of a still compliance statement, which normally is in the sort of hands of the council, is that?
Yes, sir. That too is in process, and I can echo the sentiment of Mr. Banner that good progress has been made on the 106, but there are just one or two matters that are still to be hopefully resolved.
Since we should have a final draft by tomorrow, is that what I'm saying? You're saying, and then
Told ASAP. I wouldn't like to commit something tomorrow without consulting them, but certainly everyone's very conscious of where we are with the process. So hopefully tomorrow, and if not, as soon as possible thereafter.
And then normally one would expect a sort of completed agreement before the end of the inquiry. So it then depends on how many people you need to get to sign the thing. Yeah, but we can discuss that later on. Yeah. Okay, just in outline, the section 106 obligations deal with a range of matters, including affordable housing, other forms of housing, the laying out and management of open space within the development, travel planning, healthcare, contributions to recreation and education, employment and skills, and public realm and highway works. There are quite a number of provisions, but that's just a summary of what is the sort of headlines. I did raise some queries in my pre-inquiry note in relation to partly just the clarification, but also some questions. Anything of substance to say now, or is it best just left to the section 106 session?
So I think it's best left to the 106 session, but I can assure you that those comments have been taken into account. And as far as I'm aware, they don't relate to the matters that are still being discussed.
I agree.
Moving on to costs. I'm not inviting an application for costs, so no applications have been made in advance of the inquiry. However, I'd remind you that any party who are minded to apply for costs in accordance with the planning practice guidance should do so before the close of the inquiry, after closing submissions, and preferably in writing. I also have the power to instigate an award of costs. If I do so, it would be via written exchange after the close of the inquiry. Would normally be because of procedural failings by one of the parties, or indeed both parties. In terms of looking at the site, I had a quick look at the site this morning. There's plenty of chance for me to look at the site again over the next 6 or 7 days, and I may carry out an accompanied site visit during the inquiry. I think I've currently got it timetable for Wednesday next week, but we'll see how we go. The accompanied site visit is not an opportunity to put your case, but just for me to look at things that have been dealt with during the inquiry, and people can point out things that they want me to see. I've got a site visit itinerary, which we may add to during the inquiry if anything comes up that isn't covered already. Just moving on to documentation. We obviously have the application and appeal documents, including the core documents, available via the council's website, and a link has been helpfully provided from the council's news page. Documents submitted at the inquiry should be added to the core documents under section 9 as quickly as possible. and also emailed to the case officer, Tim Salter, and to the other parties so that we can all have those as quickly as possible. In terms of the application type and the plans, the application is an outline with all matters reserved, but the application is accompanied by a design code and parameter plans which sets horizontal and vertical limits for the development within 9 zones. So these form part of the application and are subject to proposed conditions. The application plans are core documents 4.4 to 4.17. I think that's the case, but I'm sure that somebody will correct me, not now, but in due course if I'm wrong. So we have the core documents, which are CD1 to CD9, covering application documents, appeal evidence, national and development plan policy, other appeal decisions, and in due course, documents submitted at the inquiry. I also have statements of common ground, which are aimed at ensuring that the inquiry focuses on areas of dispute between the main parties. I have a planning statement of common ground signed on the 22nd of July, 2022. A heritage and townscape matter statement of common ground signed on the 26th of July, and a housing land supply statement of common ground signed on the 5th of July 2022. In relation to the latter, I did suggest that an addendum would be helpful, given that there might be some more common ground following the exchange of proofs and rebuttals. As long as I have that in good time before the roundtable session, that will suffice. I'm not sure if anybody can update me on where we are with that.
There's no further update, but the relevant parties are communicating.
In terms of proofs, and I have for the appellant, Mr. Hancock, I have a proof and rebuttal, Mr. Tracy, a proof and rebuttal, Mr. Ireland, a proof and rebuttal, and Mr. Mumby, a proof and rebuttal, and for the council, Mr. Reynolds, a proof and rebuttal, Mr. Davey, a proof and rebuttal, and Ms. Reynolds, a proof. So I think that covers the information that I should have. Have I missed anything? No, good. I'm not expecting anything else, but if there's any other documents that you want me to rely on in terms of the inquiry and evidence, then they should be submitted at this stage, obviously putting aside things like openings and closings, clearly, but and the things we've already discussed, but nothing else at this stage. No. Good. Okay, so the main issues, these were set out in my notes and directions, but I'll repeat them for everybody's benefit. So from my reading of the background material, statements of common ground and proofs, I consider the main issues are: 1, whether the proposal will result in a well-designed place, with particular reference to the height, scale, massing and layout of the proposal in the context of this existing buildings and townscape of Basildon Town Centre. Secondly, the effect on the designated heritage asset of Brook House. Thirdly, whether mechanisms are in place to secure the provision of any necessary infrastructure and appropriate affordable and other forms of housing. And fourth, whether the proposals would accord with the development plan overall, and if not, whether any adverse impacts of granting planning permission would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in the framework taken as a whole. In terms of issue 3, which is the Section 106 obligations issue, then I'm assuming that a agreed Section 106 agreement can be produced, that would fall away. But obviously we'll still need to discuss those in terms of the obligations session. It does fall away. Now I need to make sure that they meet the statutory tests. Anything to say in terms of the main issues? No, plenty of notice of those. So. No. Okay. Just one point in terms of the evidence. I know that both Mr. and Ms. Reynolds deal with, to an extent, the design code but I think how I'd expect the evidence to be dealt with is Mr. Reynolds to deal with design in its broader sense, and Mr. Reynolds to pick up any policy implications and how it's dealt with in the balance. Is that how you would intend to approach it?
Yes, sir. We'll very much bear that guidance in mind. I think broadly what we had in mind, that Mr. Reynolds would, as it were, lead on the design code matters, and Ms. Reynolds add in relation in particular to the policy, but also the planning perspective on that. So I hope that's an acceptable way forward. I appreciate there's an overlap, as there is between many of the witnesses.
Just wanted to try and avoid any duplication and any uncertainty from the appellant's point of view as to what questions they're asking of who. So yeah, I'm sure that will become clear. So in terms of the programme, we're actually scheduled for 8 days, but I think 6 sitting days plus a few hours for the site visit should be sufficient. And that's reflected in the circulated and published timetable, which is available on the council's website. That was dated 28th of July 2022. I'm conscious the appellants have submitted a further version, but we can perhaps get too many iterations of a timetable. So basically it's a guide that has to how the inquiry will be run. We can obviously review timings as we go along, including whether or not it's necessary to sit next Monday afternoon based on the extent of planning evidence. So that might become clearer as we move along. I mean, obviously I'll give you a chance to comment on that, but Mr. Banner, first of all.
My current inclination is we won't need to sit on Monday, that we'd be okay. Famous last words.
So I echo that. Mr. Banner and I have actually had an informal discussion about programme. One, we're confident that we will finish within the programme, and 2, it's unlikely we're going to need to sit on the Monday, and 3, so far as next week is concerned, it is possible that we'll be able to do in large part the matters, take them virtually and online, subject to your wishes.
I agree. I mean, obviously planning would need to be in person, but if you are content, so I think everything else could be dealt with virtually.
On the site visit.
Apart from the site visit, yes. We haven't quite got the tech for that yet, have we? Give it a couple of years.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, there was one other option was to deal with closings and the roundtable sessions on Wednesday morning and then the site visit, or vice versa, but that would be face to face. But I'm easy either way. But okay. So basically, in terms of the timetable, we're dealing with design evidence later on today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Friday morning will primarily be the housing land supply roundtable session, and an agenda has been circulated for that. As I said earlier, interested parties will speak this afternoon, and then next week planning will be on Tuesday, site visit Wednesday, and then roundtable sessions on obligations and conditions, and then closings probably virtually on the Thursday. So how the timetable looks. In terms of sitting times, I'm looking to start at 9:30 on preceding days. Probably adjourn for about up to half an hour in the morning and afternoon, and then about an hour at lunchtime, but a bit of flexibility in terms of that. In terms of procedure for those observing, after I finish my announcements, Mr. Banner will open briefly for the appellants and Mr. Howell Williams for the council. Then after a short break, we'll have a presentation from the appellant just to explain what the scheme's about. I'm conscious that should stick to fact and not opinion. I'm sure that's hopefully will be the case. If there's any questions for anybody on the factual matters, then we can deal with those after the presentation. Then we'll hear from interested parties, then we'll move on to Mr. Reynolds, hopefully on this later on this afternoon. Okay. In terms of giving evidence, every witness who gives formal evidence will be open to cross-examination and re-examinations, and I may have questions either as we go along or towards the end of the evidence If interested parties have questions of the appellant's witnesses, then we can allow those after cross-examination by the counsel. In terms of giving evidence, I don't really see the need to read out proofs or summaries, unless you feel that it's important that you sort of crystallise your case. But I think the examination in chief should focus on highlighting the key parts of the case, the differences between the parties, and any updates in terms of evidence. And obviously, we'll need the assistance of everybody to try and get through the timetable as set out in that respect. If witnesses can please answer the question put to them. Obviously, you can qualify your answer if you need to do, but important that you answer the question first of all. Right. And then after the evidence from the roundtable sessions, Mr. Howell Williams will close for the counsel, and then finally, Mr. Banner will close for the appellant. And if your closing submissions can be structured to accord with the main issues, that's helpful to me. Right, that's all I've got to say in opening. Mr. Howell Williams, is there anything that I've missed that you need to deal with now?
No, sir. But just the only point when you were dealing with the question of the evidence and the overlap between Mr. and Ms. Reynolds, you will obviously appreciate that there is overlap between a number of witnesses on townscape and design matters. And certainly for my part, I don't intend to repeat questions in cross-examination, but I hope that you will understand that doesn't mean that we don't take objection to something somebody said in their proof.
No, sir. No, that's entirely fine, and ditto.
Right, we'll now move on to Mr. Banner's opening statement.
Thank you, sir. Some hard copies.
Right, so I'm not used to hard copies. Yeah, but so if we have them, then we make use of them. Yes, good.
So what's Mr.
I'll keep a record. Sorry, I'll keep a record of the documents as they come in. So that will be ID 1. Mr. Howell Williams.
I was only going to ask whether it be possible for more copies to be made available when they're distributed. As just a point.
We could certainly try. I could benefit from a discussion about printing facilities here and or at the Holiday Inn, but subject to printing facilities, yes, of course.
Normally what I expect is them to be emailed through the council, and then for them, the council
Yes.
to put them on the website, which will then give everybody access. But
I'm sure that's
assuming that can be happening fairly quickly, but
it's probably been done now.
Question of more than just 2 copies being given at the time that something is referred to in the inquiry itself.
certainly in terms of closings, that's a good point.
Yes, indeed. Yes, well, certainly. I'm sure electronic versions will probably be circulated as I speak. So, by way of introduction, Basildon is a new town that has been struggling to adjust to the needs of today. It's been variously described as having a tired air, being on a well-advanced downward spiral of decline and run down. And the council, for its part, agrees that the area is in need of regeneration. And there's further broad agreement that the town centre should accommodate a significant proportion of the area's housing needs, and to do otherwise would require large-scale or even larger scale than previously proposed greenbelt release. Indeed, further, the scale of Basildon's housing need is considerable. The appellant estimates a supply of housing land equating to only 1.59 years supply, a shortfall of some 4,265 dwellings. The council has recently withdrawn its draft plan from examination, and there therefore is not only a currently sizable shortfall, but no plan on the horizon for dealing with that shortfall as to how needs should be met. Even on the council's figures, the housing supply position is shocking. It estimates a supply of 2.33 years, and the 2021 housing delivery test was a similarly woeful 41%. the position in relation to both supply and delivery seems bound to get worse in light of members' recent decision to ditch the emerging local plan, and with it the proposed greenbelt releases, which themselves wouldn't have delivered the full extent of identified needs. Indeed, Sir, Basildon is rare, if not unique, as a local planning authority where the planning underperformance is currently such that all three of the gateways to the tilted balance are currently engaged. A less than 5-year supply by a considerable margin, a less than 75% HDT performance, ditto, and a development plan framework so failing in meeting current needs that on any tenable view, the basket of most important policies is out of date. And on any view, therefore, there is a clear and compelling need urgently to provide for more market and affordable homes in Basildon, just to meet the needs that are already accrued, let alone thinking about ongoing needs. The result is an area which requires regeneration and modernisation, with realistically nowhere else within the borough which could accommodate that area's housing needs and a need to address the urgent supply issues. The natural consequence of this is that increased height and density should be planned and delivered in the town centre, which comes together with an important opportunity to regenerate and plan for a town centre where people truly want to both live and work and visit. The council's had several attempts at adopting a master plan for the town centre, and all iterations have proposed an increase in height and density, including on the appeals site. However, none of the council's attempts have yet been successful, and these efforts have now been overtaken by events in the grant of the two recent appeal decisions, Market Square and Town Square North, which have the effect of introducing significant scale and height into the centre. That is now the baseline. This appeal represents an opportunity to continue that established theme of regeneration, to refresh the Eastgate corner of the town centre, bringing additional residents, consequent economic benefits, and significant green areas right into the heart of Basildon. And it's against that background and the acknowledgement that tilted balance applies that the appeal needs to be determined. Turning then to more context, the two recent appeal decisions I mentioned a moment ago, together with the council's stance during the appeals, provide informative context for this appeal. And we note the following points in particular. At all three inquiries, the council has accepted the principle of the loss of the existing buildings on all three sites. At all three inquiries, the council accepted the town centre is in need of regeneration and would benefit from additional mixed-use development. The council has consistently agreed that the contribution to housing supply is a significant factor in favour of each of the schemes. Inspector Rose found, and I quote, the physical fabric of parts of the early town centre appear outworn and on a well-advanced downward spiral of decline, evidenced by vacancy and buildings which will not be reused in their current form. Brook House is the centrepiece of the new town. Basildon town centre can accommodate new tall buildings within the central core without causing undue harm either to Brook House as a heritage asset or to it in townscape terms. Increased height at key points can improve the legibility of the centre, and there's an increased justification for additional height in Basildon, given the extent of existing and future housing needs. And lastly, Brook House shouldn't operate as a cap on future building heights. And indeed, it can't do so following the grant of the Market Square and Town Square permissions. That consideration in any event is now a ship that has sailed. In relation to design and Basildon Town Centre, it's key to understand where we've come from, as well as where the appeal scheme proposes we go to next. As a new town, Basildon was the subject of an intended master plan, but it was delivered in a piecemeal fashion and not with any singularity of vision, in contrast to other more intact new towns such as Stevenage and Harlow. The new town master planning causes inherent tensions with how we live today and the move towards pedestrianisation and away from car-centric design. Moreover, Basildon lacks any identified building of merit aside from Brook House, and the council hasn't objected to the loss of the original buildings on the appeal site, nor did it do so in relation to the buildings on the other two schemes, Market Square and Town Square. Basildon is not part of the consultation area, and it's not one of the best examples of a new town. And therefore, so when one considers Basildon in the round, it should be seen as being a new town less sensitive to change than other more intact examples, and as having inherent flaws which do make it unsuitable in its current form for the needs of residents today. Basildon hasn't aged particularly well. The centre has an excess of retail provision for the size of settlement that it is, and that's away from the main shopping street. There are a number of vacant units, as the previous inspector has noted, and buildings of poor quality. Further, the Eastgate Centre itself significantly postdates the initial Newtown development. It wasn't built in accordance with the master plan. The appeal site is therefore not part of the core Newtown development, and it contributes little to its appreciation. The centre is cut off from residential uses, located on an island surrounded by a difficult to navigate ring road. Presently, the journey from the residential areas to the town centre involves crossing a dual carriageway and navigating through car parks and the unattractive rear of large shopping centres. That lack of permeability is a key driver for this appeal scheme. You'll hear a lot more about that later on today. And one of the notable benefits arising from the development will be the enhanced movement and connectivity across this part of the centre. The townscape set piece of real merit is along the central east-west axis. It's from here that Brook House is best appreciated, both in terms of its details and as a counterpoint to the prevailing low horizontality of the surrounding buildings as they stand. It's no surprise that the money shop postcard view of Basildon is always taken looking on east along Town Square towards Brook House, as shown in Mr. Hancock's evidence, and nor that for contemporary architectural critics it was in the juxtaposition of Brook House with Town Square that one was able to appreciate its qualities fully. In terms of longer range views, these add little to the appreciation of Brook House today. None of the finer details of its architecture are apparent at this distance. It's not tall enough to dominate mid-range views, and is frequently seen together with other tall buildings in the town centre, particularly Great Oaks House. Once the Town Square and Market Square developments are constructed, as they now will be following the two decisions, Brook House will form part of a cluster of tall buildings when seen from a number of more distant vantage points. The crux of the council's case in opposition to the scheme appears to be, first, the design of the development is not sufficiently of Basildon. Secondly, the development's too tall, specifically in zones 1 to 4 and 9. Thirdly, the design code is alleged to be insufficiently clear. And then fourthly, section 106 issues, which may be resolved. Turning then to paragraph 16, these of course are members' reasons. The professional advice of the council's head of planning, Christine Lyons, has on not one but 3 occasions over a considerable period of time been to grant permission. Each of those recommendations set out in comprehensive officers' reports, which no doubt you've already read, perhaps more than once. The first time members agreed, but following a change of political control of the council, a U-turn followed. And there obviously was a political change, but there was no material planning change of planning policy or circumstances. The June 2022 officer report noted that there had, as of June, been 3 material planning changes of circumstances since the first April 2021 report, namely the 2 appeal decisions, the further deterioration in the already woeful 5-year supply position, and the withdrawal of the emerging plan. But Ms. Lyons' advice was those changes of circumstances had further enhanced, augmented the case for granting planning permission. Now, the council now seeks to defend the stance through the evidence of Paul and Elizabeth Reynolds, who were first approached in May of this year, and who had no involvement in the very lengthy pre-application discussions that Ms. Lyons and her colleagues had with the appellant, and no involvement in the consideration, it seems, and subsequent reconsiderations of the application by members. And as noted in the rebuttals of Mr. Mumby and Mr. Hancock, Mr. and Ms. Reynolds raised a number of frankly opportunistic points which do extend beyond the council's reasons for refusal. And of course, in reasons for refusal, the council is legally obliged under Article 35 of the DMPO to state clearly and precisely their full reasons for refusal. Unshadowed afterthoughts are neither reasonable nor permissible. There's no scope for implying considerations into reasons for refusal. In any event, the afterthoughts without merit. The council's first 3 objections appear to be attempts to rerun or recast complaints that were already made of the other 2 now consented schemes at the centre. Those arguments didn't find favour with the inspectors tasked with determining those appeals, and there's no reason to take a different view in relation to this scheme. The centre remains an appropriate location for new housing, for redevelopment and for height. For example, having previously sought unsuccessfully to defend the Market Square and Town Square appeals on the basis that tall buildings should not be placed close to Brook House, as they would compete with Brook House for dominance, the council, through Mr. Reynolds, now seeks to flip that on its head and argue that the harm will be caused by placing buildings away from Brook House. Now, that was previously seen as a benefit of the scheme, and the separation distance was a key feature to why the two other developments were considered not to cause undue harm to Brook House. It appears, however, that the council simply doesn't want tall buildings anywhere, despite the need for density and the absence of any policy or other document supporting their position. Council complaints about the design code don't hold water. It should be noted that the council attempted to refuse the Town Square development for a similar reason, and in that case, the design code was entirely absent, say for a very high level part of the DAS. There was no freestanding design code. But Inspector Rasheen Barrett swiftly dismissed that argument and found that the parameter plans were an appropriate basis for the submission of future details. Notwithstanding that decision, the council again seeks to argue that further details should have been provided at the outline stage and seeks to critique level of detail, indeed the use of language, words such as should, etc. We have a rather pedantic point about meaning of certain words in the submitted design code. Next, the inquiry shouldn't be bogged down by nitpicking comments about the contents of the design code of the DAS documents. They're not examination papers or university essays for marking by you as a professor. That's not this discipline. Instead, we respectfully suggest the relevant question is whether the output is sufficient for an outline planning application, having of course regard to potential planning conditions, and whether the scheme as a whole, take into account the submitted plans, documents and wording proposed conditions, will ensure that the council can require appropriate high quality design at the RM stage. The appellant has in fact gone further than the Town Square applicant and provides a detailed design code intended to guide the submission of further details. That, together with the clear parameter plans, which limit the scale of development, will ensure the council has full control over the detail when it comes forward. The context to consider the merits, as noted, is a town centre acknowledged to be in need of regeneration. Without intervention, the decline will continue. It's generally agreed that something has to be done. However, the council's view appears to be that whatever should be done should be less than what's proposed, less of a departure from what exists already, and less development generally. Less height, fewer houses, lower aspirations. The appellants take a different approach. We say the appeal scheme asks to be allowed to improve on what is there already, and whilst respecting the elements of quality that remain from the new town master plan, asked to build a new quarter for Basildon, which can meet the needs of its current and future residents, and improve on the existing by bringing in new areas of green space. Again, an important theme you'll hear more upon, that are wholly absent from the new town plan, allowing meaningful connectivity to transport hubs and making this centre a much better, safer, permeable place for pedestrians. The scheme brings residents, retail and commercial uses together in a modern way, not segregated by car parks and dominated by roads where car is king. It's a sustainable location for new homes, a significant use of brownfield land. We're always told by politicians, more brownfield land, please, development, please, as encouraged by the MPPF. The stage redevelopment has already been set by the various master plan iterations and now by the two appeal decisions. This third appeal continues and expands upon that theme. The difference is here that the site is of sufficient scale that the true benefits can be provided, not just in terms of housing numbers, but a reimagined area of the town centre, which makes an efficient use of land, avoids the need for greenbelt release, additional greenbelt release, and provides new homes and jobs and economic benefits. We do this in a way that doesn't cause harm to what is special about Basildon. The scheme positions new tall buildings towards the south of the site, and as Mr. Hancock will explain, they will be read as distinct from Brook House and as a separate cluster, which wouldn't interfere with Brook House's townscape role as the centrepiece of the new town. The council's witness take a myopic, dare I say pedantic focus on the detail, despite this being an application for outline permission with all matters reserved, and lose sight of the opportunities and benefits provided by the scheme. This is an outline application. We shouldn't have to keep saying this, but it's important to bear that in mind at every stage. And many of the details complained of by the council's witness are matters which are subject to detailed approval at a stage where the council has full scrutiny, applying not just the design code, but the development plan. Sign code, of course, is only one part of the toolkit the council will have at the RM stage. The council fails to evidence any true planning harm that would be caused by the scheme, certainly nothing approaching a level of harm that would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Overall, we will suggest to you the proper conclusion is that the proposed development accords the development plan. And in any event, even if it didn't, applying the tilted balance, the adverse impacts do not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. So whichever way one looks at it, therefore, permission should be granted. So for those outline reasons, as will be elaborated, we will invite you to allow the appeal. Those are the opening comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bannett. Mr. Howell Williams.
Yes, sir. Can I ask that the typed version be distributed?
So this will be ID 2.
Thank you, sir. So Infrared UK Lion Nominee 1 Limited and Infrared UK Lion Nominee 2 Limited, both in administration, seek planning permission for the part demolition and redevelopment of the Eastgate Centre and neighbouring land to provide a mix of town centre uses, including the provision of up to 2,800 residential units. This opening statement will be brief. It's intended simply to identify the main issues and introduce the council's case. The appeal site lies within the town centre and is just under 10 hectares in size. The southern and eastern boundaries of the appeal site are formed by the existing ring road, while the town centre extends to the north and west. Whilst much of the townscape exemplifies new town modernism, many of the buildings are now in need of repair and there is an excess of retail floor space. It's agreed that the Basildon town centre is in need of regeneration. The regeneration process has already begun, and of particular note are the recent planning permissions granted on appeal for residential schemes in buildings up to 17 stories at land at Market Square and buildings up to 23 stories at Town Square North. These appeal decisions are relevant to the current appeal, but in the council's view, they do not provide a carte blanche for further proposals for tall buildings in Basildon town centre. Any proposed scheme must still be justified and assessed on its own merits. The council's case is not that tall buildings in the town centre are in principle unacceptable. The council's case is that this specific scheme is unacceptable in terms of its not only height, but scale, massing, and poor design. The scheme falls short of what the government expects in terms of well-designed buildings and below the high quality of design that Basildon needs and deserves for successful regeneration. The application history is agreed and set out in the General Statement of Common Ground, the application being submitted in August 2020 and in April 2021, Planning Committee resolving to grant outline planning permission, subject to conditions and a 106 agreement. Following local elections, officers paused progression in May 2021 to allow the new administration to be fully briefed. The appellant subsequently submitted an appeal against non-determination to ensure that the right to appeal was not lost. A further report to the committee was made in December 2021, recommending that planning permission be granted, again subject to conditions and a 106. The committee considered but rejected officer advice, concluding that it would have refused permission and gave 4 putative reasons for refusal. And I set those out for convenience. Paragraph 7. On the 22nd of June, This year, the matter was taken back to committee with an officer's report outlining the changes in circumstance that had taken place since December 2021, including the two appeal decisions at Land at Market Square and at Town Square North. The Planning Committee reaffirmed the earlier reasons for refusal, with the emerging local plan policies removed because the draft local plan had been withdrawn. In your case management note on the 16th of May, you, sir, set out four main issues to which we will turn briefly below. Prior to the start of the inquiry, as has been referred to already this morning, statements of common ground had been prepared on overarching planning matters, housing land supply issues, and townscape and heritage. A statement of common ground, I believe, on design is in progress, although following discussions with the appellant, this might now take the form of a plan, a useful plan, I hope. Draft conditions and a draft section 106 agreement have been discussed as referred to below. So the main issue, townscape. Whilst there is agreement on the principle of regeneration and indeed on the desirability of an increase in residential accommodation in the town centre, there is disagreement as to the acceptability of the appeal scheme in terms, briefly put, of its form and design. The appeal scheme proposes multiple blocks in close proximity and tall buildings up to 21 stories high over a very large area, indeed roughly a quarter of the town centre. The appellant's case is that the appeal scheme represents a sympathetic approach to its surroundings, which also takes opportunities to regenerate the town centre in a well-designed way. The council disagrees with this assessment. Its judgment is that the appeal scheme is quite the opposite. Mr. Reynolds, on behalf of the council, will say that in his view, the appellant, in designing the scheme, failed to undertake a full and robust assessment of the townscape in Basildon. The consequence of this is that the appeal scheme that is now before the inquiry fails to respond to what makes Basildon special in terms of its new town character. Whilst the design and access statement accompanying the application indicates that there was some acknowledgement of the modernist architecture in Basildon, the scheme appears to have been born out of what Mr. Reynolds calls a tabula rasa approach. The position of the council, as articulated in his evidence, is that Basildon's new town modernism provides the town centre with a strong identity, which needs to be properly understood, protected, and reflected in any well-designed scheme. In particular, Mr. Reynolds identifies the key elements of local distinctiveness in Basildon town centre, including the townscape function of Brook House, which with East Square provides the main focus for the town centre, and a modernist approach to architecture with brutalist elements, horizontality of built form, and a strong axial layout. His judgment is that the proposed scheme is an alien one. The submitted visual impact, townscape and visual impact assessment shows that the appeal scheme buildings would, in a number of views, compete with Brook House and further erode its townscape influence. In addition, especially because of the 21-storey marker building proposed in Zone 2, the effect would be to pull height south and away from the natural centre of Basildon town centre along Town Square East Walk. The combined effect is that the height, scale, and massing of the appeal scheme would cause significant harm to the townscape of Basildon town centre. This reasoning underpins reasons for refusal numbers 1 and 2, and it has been the council's consistent position since members set down putative reasons in December last year. Mr. Hancock's evidence does at least acknowledge that the town centre has certain features of quality, such as Brook House, and recognises the importance of protecting what is important. But he concludes that derogations from the original new town vision and the poor quality of some of the buildings render the town centre insensitive to change. Indeed, to the extent that the fundamental and transformational change proposed to Basildon's townscape is justified. In particular, he concludes that if the appeal scheme were to be built out, the townscape role of Brook House would remain unaffected, and the proposed new, very large-scale buildings would not compete with the centrality of the new town centre core. There is therefore a critical difference in planning judgment between Mr. Hancock and Mr. Reynolds as to the acceptability of the appeal scheme in townscape terms. The blank sheet approach adopted by the appellant has also led to a number of issues relating to the overall layout and spaces between buildings. The imposition of standard block forms and sizes onto the site has resulted in an urban design plan form which allows for awkward proximities between buildings and design pinch points, which cannot be rectified at reserved matter stage. Mr. Reynolds' view is that in these respects too, the appeal scheme cannot be regarded as well designed in accordance with government guidance. So I turn to the design code. The appellant, through the evidence of Mr. Tracy, argues that the parameter plans and the design code provide enough certainty that a high quality design will be achieved, whilst also allowing for flexibility in future building designs at the reserved matter stage. As stated in reason for refusal number 3, however, the council's case is that the design code fails to provide the clarity, certainty, precision, and authority necessary to deliver an exemplar scheme in terms of architecture, general design, and appearance, transition to a lower carbon future, and residential amenity. The ambiguity and imprecision of the design code is apparent from its language and content, as Mr. Reynolds will explain. His further concern is that the design code simply codifies an unattractive illustrative master plan, one which, as we have said above, in the context of townscape issues, not only fails to respond to Basildon's unique qualities, but also results in the awkward relationships between buildings. Further concern he has relates to the provision of private amenity space, an insufficient account of the need to shift to a low carbon future. All these reflect a poor urban design approach which cannot be and is not remedied by the design code. Ms. Reynolds lends support for this view and will explain from her perspective why the appeal scheme's poor design, as reflected in the design code, has ramifications for some important aspects of residential amenity, which cannot simply be deferred to the reserved matter stage. The design code has been submitted in order to provide assurances that there would be a reliable and robust framework with rules and commitments to govern consideration of future reserved matters applications and ensure a high quality scheme. The design code's lack of precision and authority means that the council at reserved matter stage, when the parameter plans will have been approved, would not have sufficient control to secure a well-designed place that's worthy of Basildon's new future. To accommodate the quantum of development envisaged by the parameter plans, compromises over design quality would be likely, and the council would not be able to ensure the delivery of a sufficiently high quality scheme. The council's concern about the inadequacies of the design code has consistently underpinned reasons for refusals 1 and 3 since members adopted the putative reasons in December last year. In terms of the designated heritage asset of Brook House, it's agreed that the appeal scheme would cause less than substantial harm to Brook House, as confirmed in the relevant statement of common ground. Ms. Reynolds explains in her evidence that the less than substantial harm to the heritage significance of Brook House should be given limited weight. It's agreed that the heritage harm to Brook House is, on its own, outweighed by the appeal scheme's public benefits. This is consistent with the council not advancing a heritage reason for refusal. That having been said, the harm caused must be added to the overall planning balance a position that the appellant now accepts, as explained in Mr. Hancock's rebuttal proof. The third main issue, mechanisms in place to secure the provision of necessary infrastructure and appropriate affordable and other forms of housing. Unfortunately, it's not yet been possible to agree a finalised version of the draft Section 106 agreement. Good progress has been made, taking into account your comments in the pre-inquiry note, sir, although discussions between the council and the appellant are ongoing in one or two respects. The intention is to submit a short note in good time before the 106 roundtable session to explain the latest version, respond to your comments, and identify any remaining differences between the parties. And this will be accompanied by a note on the SIL requirements. The final issue that you have identified, by way of introduction, we say as follows. It's agreed that the tilted balance is engaged because the council is unable to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. That's confirmed in the general statement of common ground. The appellant argues that the appeal scheme doesn't conflict with local plan policies and that the benefits of new housing, along with direct, indirect and induced economic benefits, carry substantial weight in favour of the presumption for sustainable development, such that planning permission ought to be granted. The council's position is that the appeal scheme conflicts with the development plan, notably BE12 and TC1, with the local plan save policies. The appeal scheme conflicts with BE12 because the height, scale and massing of the buildings would have a dominating impact that would fail to respond to the character of the surrounding area. The appeal scheme also conflicts with TC1, as the height, scale, massing and poor design of the buildings mean that the proposed design, form and scale of them is not sympathetic or appropriate to the area. For the reasons given under main issue 1 above, the appeal scheme also conflicts with section 12 of the framework on achieving well-designed places. This conflict arises from the serious townscape harms of the development, along with the failure to secure a high-quality design through a robust design code. And of particular significance are paragraphs 126, 129, 130, 132 and 134 of the framework. The council acknowledges that there are benefits associated with the appeal scheme. In particular, the appeal scheme would provide much needed housing, including affordable housing, along with various economic benefits. The appellant and the council are progressing the 5-year housing land supply statement of common ground in the hope of further agreement, but the broad conclusion is that there is a significant shortfall, the range currently being identified as between 1.59 years and 2.39 years. The benefit of up to 2,800 houses must of course carry significant weight. However, as explained by Ms. Reynolds, the benefits claimed by the appellant need to be qualified for a number of reasons and would accompany a scheme which would cause serious, irreparable and permanent harm to the townscape of Basildon Town Centre. And so applying the tilted balance in the framework, the adverse impacts would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the framework as a whole. Therefore, in due course, we will invite you to dismiss the appeal. So that's all I intended to say by way of opening statement on behalf of the council.
Thank you, Mr. Howell Williams. Just one point, you mentioned a statement of common ground on design is being developed. I wasn't aware of that. But obviously if it's...
I'm not clear myself of where it originated, and it doesn't really matter. If it was from you, sir, then it's all the more important that we should do it. But in any event, we will continue to do it, and it may be that it's only the draft that I've seen, 2 or 3 pages of plans with measurements shown, hopefully factual and hopefully useful.
Right. There's a more of a backstory to that, but I don't think you need to hear it at this stage. But yeah, if we can agree something, we will.
It's basically just setting out.
We sent something over and it came back with a lot of red lines through. So that's where we got to so far. You may or may not get a statement of common ground.
Would it, I mean, obviously we are hearing from Mr. Hancock this afternoon. Would it be before that or just stop?
In fact, there won't be a statement of common ground because there isn't any common ground, I think. So there we are.
I've had the timescape and heritage one, which obviously was helpful. But yeah, there's no statement come around. There's no statement come around. But right, we'll lay that one to rest. Just checking in terms of the control room. Are things all right? Are things okay in terms of right? I'm just checking. And the next stage was the presentation of the scheme by the appellants. I mean, I presume that's based on the PowerPoint presentation, is it?
That's right.
Yeah. Obviously, we'll take a short break so that he can get prepared for that. But is he intending to do it from somewhere in particular?
So I read on a screen.
Discussed it with the leading council, so I can do
Doing it from where? Here? Where are you doing it from? Oh, I see. All right. Okay. Right. Okay. Right. Well, it's under control. Just checking out. Right. So it's 5 past. What, 20 minutes? Is that sufficient to set up? Yeah. Yeah. So or we can say 1/2 if that's a round figure. Well, I'm not sure about that. Okay, we'll say 1/2 then. Okay. We'll move on to the presentation at 1/2. Thank you. See you then. Are you allowed to bring water into here as well? As an absence of water. All right. Okay. It's 11:30, so we'll resume the inquiry with the presentation from Mr. Tracy. I noticed also that I've now had a plan submitted, which is I think referred to briefly by Mr. Banner, which I think has now been agreed as being submitted, showing the relationship of the development to other developments in the town centre, including Brook House. I think that's an amendment to a previous plan. So how does it vary from the previous plan?
So do you want to call that ID 3?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so may I just take the opportunity just to seek clarification? It's been brought to my attention that there's a new document that's been put on the core document list. Certainly I wasn't aware. It's dated 28th of July. It's called Evidence of Laurie Hancock, Evidence in Chief, Townscape Character Presentation. I just, you know, if there's a wish to put a new document on, then the right approach is obviously to liaise and to let people know. I may be wrong. Certainly it's news to Mr. Feeney and me.
It is, you are wrong. It's not a new document. So what it is Mr. Hancock, like Mr. Tracy, is going to present part of his evidence in chief as slides, because his judgment is that will be the easiest way to do it, drawn from images that are in the evidence already. I believe that's correct. And there's some slides which are new text, but essentially the same points, but put in slide format. And it was thought it would be courteous to provide the slides in advance.
I'm not making an objection, having had a quick look through, but it is a new document. It does contain new slides. It does contain new text. And my only point is that if a new document with new text or new pictures is sought to be provided to the inspector, the best way of doing it, the appropriate way, is through liaison with the parties, so no objection can be made.
Well, I wasn't aware of that document, but as Mr. Howell Williams says, you ought to run it past the council.
Yes, my understanding it was, but that was the whole point of providing it last week. But point made. But I don't accept the characterization that it's new, and you'll see it and hear it in due course, and you'll form your own judgment.
Yeah, if anything else needs to come in, then if you can run it past the closing side first, then
absolutely. But the intention of providing last week was precisely to give notice of it, as opposed to just give the evidence in chief in the ordinary way.
And what document number was that?
CD 520. I don't want to state it more.
No. Okay.
So you'll see. So you'll form your own view. So once you hear it.
Okay. Mr. Tracy, are you ready to go?
So would you like me to introduce Mr. Tracy formally to the inquiry now when he gives his formal evidence? I mean, I guess you know who he is anyway, but I would do the introduction either now or in his chief, as you prefer. Very well. So you have Mr. Tracy's experience and background on page 2 of his proof. You tell us there you're Brian Tracy, BSc Honours, B Arch, Dip Progman, MBA. A registered UK architect, a member of REBA, graduated from Strathclyde University in 1990, and you've been a member of the Architects Registration Board and REBA since 92. You've joined Leslie Jones Architects in 1997, originally as a project architect, became a director in 2005, and you, along with your fellow director James Cons, have managed a practice since 2015. And you say in 1.3, in relation to your relevant experience, you've had a number of key town centre and city centre regeneration projects throughout the UK, including major projects in Sheffield, Hereford, Newport, Blackpool and Ashford. and those schemes have been recognised through various awards that you refer to at 1.3. And 1.4, you say, whilst the projects you mentioned were predominantly retail and leisure led, more recently you've witnessed a move, no doubt in line with government policy, to repurposing your town centres. And you've led master planning teams and submitting regeneration schemes in Portsmouth, Glasgow and Nottingham. You described those at 1.4 and at 1.5, you know, your current work focuses on solving the problems of failing town and city centres through repurposing of failing retail assets. And you explain how that's undertaken at 1.5. Is all the information you set out there by your background correct and up to date? Very well.
Yes, it is.
Consider yourself introduced.
On the technology side, I've been advised that your presentation is being shared, so the cameras are off, but the presentation is being shared to a wider audience. But your microphone, the microphones are on.
So I'll turn my microphone off, Mr. Tracy, and leave it to you to talk us through your presentation.
Thank you. I think if you want to ask questions on the way through, feel free rather than waiting to the end.
We'll see how it goes.
Okay, okay, thanks. So this is predominantly failed straight away. Yeah. Sorry. This is predominantly a presentation of a mixture of slides that were presented at various pre-application meetings, various presentations with stakeholders, and then excerpts from the DAS and the design code. You want me to do it?
You can do it. Have that now.
Right. So I think, as has been said, to date, Eastgate Centre and the land of that application is, a large chunk, probably quarter of the existing town centre, but 10 hectares to the south and southeast of the existing kind of town centre core. And quite a lot of it is quite poor environment, and not much of it is the original Newtown area. A lot of it is the 1980s extension of the Eastgate Centre, the existing Asda building. The bus station was part of the original town centre. So that's the town centre context, which we'll be talking a lot about, and Mr. Hancock will actually cover in more detail in his evidence. I guess where we came from originally was looking at Basildon, looking at the, in particular the town centre challenges that it faces, and many other town centres in the UK face. And this slide was written 2019, so this is pre-pandemic. So if anything, this process has been accelerated. But generally the successful towns are those that are economically active. They have a large amount of the town centre dedicated to workplace and living, and are not mono-use, so they're not focused solely on retail. Housing provision in Basildon town centre is quite low, and again, that's successful town centres have got quite a high percentage of residential within the town centre. More and more people are working local to town centres, so the amount of commuting has gone down. So they're living and embracing local, and that's a real actual opportunity for towns and city centres. But against that, the retail market continues to change, and you can see that right throughout the UK. There's been a huge decline in retail, and we've had a number of department stores, the traditional department stores, go bust. So Debenhams, House of Fraser, John Lewis has shut department stores, and that's having a major impact upon town centres right across the UK. Aligned with that, I think what we are seeing is that the youngsters of today, I'm trying to look there, I'm not going to offend too many people, but the youngsters of today are living their lives, and their values and their aspirations are completely different to, I guess, the original residents of places like Basildon in the 1950s. So particularly Gen Z and millennials, there's been a huge amount of research into what they look for in places and what their values are, and I'll go and describe that in just a minute. And, you know, sustainable living is becoming much more important, and it's rising up. Even that, you know, the investors are looking for sustainable locations to invest in. People are using technology more in their lives, and Basildon, you know, should promote the adoption of digitization. I think what's really striking about Basildon is outside of the town centre, there's actually some very high tech industries, and that you don't see that reflected really in the town centre. And then home ownership amongst the Gen Z and millennials is low. So really to attract them into town centres, towns and cities are having to create a good quality rental offer. So this is just, you know, some research that we've done, and, you know, it's on the internet, so it's fairly standard stuff. But
I just pause there. Can I just suggest you make that full screen if you can, because the text is really hard to read. I don't know if you can read it, sir, but certainly from here.
I struggle to make that.
I think there's an option to make it full screen. Sorry to interrupt.
You're exceeding my because I can't see it there, so it's quite difficult to see.
When you say that's your research, or is that more general research?
So the more general research, I think if you look on the internet, you will generally find the characteristics of you know, baby boomer generation, Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z. But I think particularly Gen Z, for really, you know, what we're now developing town centres for, because as we regenerate town centres over the next 10 to 15 years, that will be the population that you're appealing to. They're far more mobile. They've grown up with social networks. You know, they're much more confident, ambitious. They're digital natives. They are far less materialistic than probably previous generations. So they have the ownership to them is far less important, and their rental model is much more important. And you can see that right across, from cars to homes to their phones to even clothes. You know, renting clothes up in their wardrobe rather than actually buying their wardrobe. So, you know, I think what we are starting to see is that the characteristics of Gen Z and how that materializes itself into retail, into town centres, into what people are looking for in town centres is going to have a dramatic change. And town centres need to move more from a retail kind of purchasing focus to one of an experience, and, you know, a kind of 15-20 minute city or town where they've got all their amenities within a very close proximity. So I think, you know, when we did the analysis of Basildon, you can see that, and again, this may have changed because this was 2019, but the predominant use within the town centre is dramatically solely retail. You know, there are some, you know, there's clearly the council offices and there's the kind of blue light facilities to the north, but really, you know, it's predominantly retail usage within the town centre. And therefore, because of the changes in the retail market, that has given the town centre a real problem in how it adapts. And this was
showing.
Sorry,
That's showing vacancies, but have we got a more recent plan indicating vacancies?
we don't know. No,
Obviously, it doesn't reflect, for example, Debenhams.
it doesn't reflect Debenhams. No,
Toys R Us. I think.
Toys R Us, I think, is that still open? No.
Okay.
I mean, you can. Yeah.
Alas, no. Someone remembers Toys R Us very well from the chat.
You can walk through the town and you'll probably update that. And this is really backed up by, again, this is 2019 research. So this is Centre for Cities in 2019 analysed. I think it was 50 or so of the largest towns across the UK, and compared, you know, what they were terming as a successful town against a failing town. So that, you know, you can see there, Basildon was 62% retail, with a vacancy rate of what was it, 20% compared to the UK average, which was just above 10%. And importantly, I think Centre for Cities made a recommendation for what constituted a strong town centre, and that was to have much more workplace and residential in the town centre than retail, because that created a self kind of sustaining economy. So again, this may have changed in the intervening period, but I don't think centre for cities have updated their research. The other thing that we looked at was really the lack of green within the town centre. So the town centre has a number of public open spaces. It's got St Martin's Square, just immediately outside the council offices, Town Square, East Square, and then Southern Hay. But these are predominantly hard landscape spaces with a few maybe kind of token civic trees in it. But actually, it's green space. It doesn't have much. Although immediately outside the town centre, you do have these two areas of green to the north and to the south. But we felt quite strongly that could we kind of mesh these green spaces together and get connectivity in almost a green route through the town centre. And that really is, when you look at the public realm and the connectivity within the town centre, it is constrained. The core of the town centre is constrained by the kind of ring road that goes around it, Southern Hay to the south, and then equally to the north. And there is really poor connectivity for pedestrians and cyclists across that road, and it's quite an intimidating environment to pedestrians. And then once you're into the core of the town centre, the predominant connectivity is east-west along the historic kind of spine of the new town. We're probably doing ourselves a bit of a disservice here, because two of those north-south routes that actually go through the Eastgate centre are not available after 6 o'clock when the doors are shut on the Eastgate centre. So there is little connectivity to the south, and we can see there's actually no connectivity to the north in the town centre. So the whole kind of connectivity for communities around the town to link up with each other through the town centre is very limited because of the ring road and because of what exists within the town centre.
And there's a sort of food court in the Eastgate centre at sort of first floor level. Is that not accessible after 6 then? Or?
I don't think so. I think the Eastgate centre shuts after 6. We can maybe clarify that. But
check it at some point.
Yeah. The other thing that struck us was retail frontages is that, and we measured, but again, this was 2019, we measured about 3.4 kilometres of shop frontage within the town centre. So 3,440 metres. When you consider that the average shop frontage is probably about 6 to 7 metres, that's a huge number of shops you need to find to populate that ground floor and give it an active and vibrant frontage. So actually, what our view was, you need to compress the retail into a core that is a very successful core. There's demand for, and you can get vitality and life into that core. And then, you do have to find alternative uses for a lot of the peripheral retail, because you just cannot find the number of retailers to populate that amount of shop frontage. And I think that's been borne out when you walk around the town centre today. Oh, sorry. This is a quote that, from 1948, but this could actually, have been our vision statement. So Basildon will become a town which people from all over the world will want to visit. It'll be a place where all classes of community can meet freely together on equal terms, enjoy common cultural and recreational facilities. So, given in 1948 by Lewis Silkin, but equally as valid today, and it should really be the ambition of what we're trying to achieve. It certainly was our view today. So, this is the Basildon Town Centre from 1960. So as you can see, the kind of strong east-west axis and the buildings that populate that. And really, you know, it was built for the car in those days, the strong kind of core of east-west buildings, and then surrounded by car parks, and then surrounded by a ring road, which people, so as was the case in the 1950s, it was very much car-centric. You would drive to this by car, park on the periphery, walk in, and then the main east-west link. And then, you know, there were the kind of existing blue light buildings to the north onto Broadmain, which still exist today.
Just to confirm, that was effectively a representation of what it was rather than a sort of not a master plan or anything.
No, I don't think, I think that was what it was in the 1960s. This is it from 1979. I'm sure other people may have better photographs, but you know, you can see very clearly the very strong east-west link. You can see Brook House in the centre, but then you can see very much surrounded by open car parks around that. And what then happened was that was then subsequently, so that's effectively that photograph in an ollie diagram of 1979, showing, you know, the buildings that exist in 1979 and the open car parks around. You can see very clearly the ring road, and then the peripheral areas, which a lot of them were still green at that point, then have been built up, you know, with housing since then. So it changes from 1979 to 2019. You can see Eastgate Centre was built, and really a lot of, so Nolly diagram, the kind of clarity of that 1979 Nolly diagram and the very strong east-west axis has been kind of lost as you get, you know, kind of random buildings. You get the retail park to the west, and random infill buildings dropped into that plan, but still very much, I think as you drive around, you're very aware of the car parks, and increase, you know, what we felt was that you were almost driving around the back of a town. The town wasn't presenting itself as a frontage onto the ring road. So whilst we were kind of almost doing our analysis and coming up with some kind of visions and big ideas, obviously the council were undergoing their own master planning process. We made that, and this is kind of some of their slides in 2020 now. This clearly hasn't been adopted, so I don't know how much, you know, weight this will carry, but I think you can see from the minutes of the pre-app meetings, there was, when it came to consultation and various processes, this was referred to quite often, so this is a relevant backdrop. But, you know, we made that master plan, you know, certainly in phasing, in kind of public realm ambitions, in connections, importantly, and in land use. You know, either we follow them or they follow us, I don't know which, but, you know, the two master plans, I think, do show some quite strong similarities. So future uses, we felt, you know, for Basildon as not just on our side, but as a town centre, and I think that's what we originally looked at Basildon as a town centre, to what makes Basildon a successful town centre moving forward. So beyond our site, Basildon should have, you know, residential, you know, as you can see from the Centre for Cities report, it needs an element of workspace. Retail will still play an important part in the town centre, but it will play a diminishing role within the town centre. But importantly, people want to come here and socialise. You know, if you walk around Basildon at night, there's not that much reason for people to come in, and therefore it's quite deserted at night. So we wanted to make that Basildon a place that people come to socialise, so they spend their leisure time there. You know, learning has become important, and I think that you know, whilst we were going through this process, the new college was built, which is a, you know, really strong and positive thing for the town centre. And it becomes a place where people can actually live the lifestyle that they want to aspire to. And I think this is particularly important. You need to be very conscious of the demographic that will be doing that, and that is predominantly Gen Z and millennials. So that's why we spent a little bit of time focusing in on what their needs, wants, desires are, because that's what you're designing for. You're probably not designing for, you know, grey-haired kind of people within So this was our ambition, which I guess is, you know, it probably takes Lewis Silkin's quote from 1948 and can hopefully there's a little bit more meat in the bones, but it was a quality place to live, work and play. It was to reconnect the centre of Basildon to its surroundings, but doing that using green infrastructure. So trying to make Basildon town centre a green place. Importantly, establish a positive front for Basildon. So, you know, at all the entrance points into Basildon, give it a frontage rather than you're driving looking into a service yard or an open car park. Create this urban network of attractive and safe streets, squares and spaces. So actually start to give some definition to the hinterland rather than walking through open car parks. You're actually walking through defined streets, and there are sequences of streets and squares and public realm that are recognisable to people. And then really rediscover the pioneering character of Basildon's Newtown heritage. We felt that then the ambitions of the new town were very strong. That maybe hadn't been realised in the architecture and the urban form, but actually go beyond the physical interpretation of Newtown to the actual Newtown principles, which were to almost give a better life to people. And so reinterpret that for what society needs moving forward today. So out of that, you know, what could it offer in the future? You know, so we felt that, you know, town centre lost touch with it. It's out of date. It's lost touch with its customers. People don't want to be coming into Basildon, and that creates this kind of cycle of decline because there's not enough footfall to support retailers. Retailers close, and the environment degrades, and therefore people don't come. So you've got this. We need to break that cycle. We very much felt we could do that on, you know, creating green spaces and improving the townscape within the town centre. Eastgate itself was dominated by the Debenhams, which, you know, even in 2019 we were anticipating would close at some point. So how do you find a new purpose for Debenhams? So we were going to, you know, the proposal is to re-shrink the Eastgate to a core of retail that we think is sustainable in the long term and therefore can be relevant. To introduce more leisure and dining so that you increase people's dwell time within the town centre. Increase workspace. You know, as I said, there is actually, you know, we did a bit of research, but there's some fantastic industries on the outskirts of Basildon. I think it's the production company that made the Blue Planet for the BBC. So there are some fantastic high-tech industries that really nobody knows about. And actually, if you could get some of that in the town centre, you suddenly start to get, you know, really quite exciting workspaces. But along with that comes living, and we do see that a lot of that living has to be a quality rental offer for younger demographic who kind of probably struggle to get on the housing ladder, and actually increasingly don't want to buy; they want to rent because they want the flexibility. So this was, you know, a kind of word art graphic that we did, but I think it sums up the kind of taking Basildon from the previous slide that you saw where it was all pink and predominantly retail to a much richer network of uses intertwined with each other. So you actually create a reason for people to be here, live their lives here, and almost every amenity that they need is here. So there was, what then led on from that kind of vision was a number of principles that we wanted to kind of, you know, put into the master plan. So the first one was this layering of mix of uses, which I've talked quite a lot about. Second one was to redefine the edges. So really all the areas where Basildon comes up to the ring road, to redefine those as positive edges instead of negative edges. So give them front doors, give them a safe place for people to walk around that space. We subsequently proposed downgrading Southern Hay, but really give it a front door. I think one of the most obvious things is if you come into Basildon by train, you're elevated and look down on Basildon, you really just see service yards in the backs of buildings. You don't see the front of any buildings, and that was really important to us, was to redefine that edge. This idea of, linking those two green areas and creating substantial green spaces in the town, which again is not something the town centres had and wasn't included in the original master plan. And doing that through creating legible urban blocks, I think was quite important for us, that as people walked through the town centre and walked through the new master plan, you use height and you use buildings and you use public spaces to make that legible and obvious for people for how to negotiate the town centre. And therefore, yes, we do propose height, but we felt that by putting height in the right places, you actually create marker buildings and you create a legibility to the town and to people coming to the town and people driving around the town where they understand where the key routes are and where they understand the kind of town centre to be. And these, evolved into placemaking principles, fusion, this mix of uses, urban green, which we called it, digital, so how can we make this a digital place, a homegrown community where you could actually see, almost people coming out of the college, getting their first flat in this development, then marrying, having children, whatever, moving out then to the lower density area. So you actually create in Basel in a complete community, and you build community on that because people stay in their place and start to get pride for where they're living. And then this 24-hour connectivity, really important for us, that if you get off the train late at night, you don't have to wander around a lot of Basel. There is a complete, there's a direct route north and south. So that was, probably not a good idea not to show direct comparison, but this was one of the early kind of slides on 24-hour connectivity. So I guess for us, the important thing was to break Eastgate Centre. Sorry, it's going to be hard for people online, but to break the Eastgate Centre at Debenhams to get an open street coming through, which doesn't exist at the moment. And then, as we discussed with the planners, this route from this southeast actually became very important, this diagonal linkage connecting Middle Hall into the town centre too. But what we start to do is open up 24-hour connectivity. So that was a kind of initial sketch vision for what we could achieve. We then developed that on, developed it up. So condense the retail and focus the town centre, which I've talked a huge amount about, new street network, greening the town centre, and this new front door. That's the kind of four big ideas, I guess. So this is illustrative master plan. I think it's important, obviously, that this is an outline application, so the illustrative master plans are one potential way that this could be realised. The outline permission gives you flexibility. But I think what we were, what the big ideas to go into this really are, the breaking of Eastgate Centre, so the splitting off of Debenhams and redevelopment of Debenhams to provide a kind of retail focus, but with high density living above. This new 24-hour open street linking all the straight through with Brook House on its axis, and then balancing that with a marker tower to the south, so that you kind of understand the importance of that north-south route. Then a seat downgrading Southern Hay to the south, and that actually allows us quite a substantial amount more landscaping, because Southern Hay goes from dual carriageway to single carriageway, and then placing a series of blocks along there with green space between, that actually then starts to humanise this space, because you'll have residential entrances coming down into this space. Importantly, this diagonal route, so leading from the communities that sit on Middle Hall, and the roundabout on Southern Hay is proposed to go as well. So the crossing becomes much more important. That direct kind of landscape boulevard leading up into the centre, and then some blocks to the east, which the height steps down to meet the existing residential, but without a substantial kind of garden space, linear park between those blocks, so that a lot of them have got an outlook onto the park. On this one, we were proposing that a lot of the parking be contained at ground floor and then with first floor landscape podiums as private amenity. So this is potentially an upper floor plan, typical upper floor plan, which you can see as main landscape podiums to the blocks. So that provides the private amenity, and then the landscaped park or gardens between the blocks is a semi-public space.
In terms of the podiums, I think I've seen somewhere that they were effectively contributing to general open space, but they're not private, are they?
They're more, yeah. The idea is that so all these courtyards are private space for the residents, not for public. The public open space would be the kind of pocket parks along the routes. And then this is a kind of semi-private, semi-public space. That could be like a gated garden, which is opened up to the public. I think it is recognised. I think it was highlighted by Essex Quality Review Panel. The management of the open space in the public realm is quite an important part of this and getting it successful. And I guess we never got to the detailed discussions about who would manage it. Is this private, held by the developer, or is this public and adopted? So this just shows the buildings that we're proposing to demolish. So I guess there are no built, the original massive of the original Newtown buildings. I think the only one that we're proposing to actually demolish is the bus station. Might be one. I think it might be one up there, but predominantly the part of Eastgate, the western end of Eastgate, the Asda multi-story, and the southeast mall of Eastgate are relatively modern structures. 1980s. So the way that we looked at the application structure, we did an illustrative scheme, which, as I've said, is one possible way to develop this. From that, we developed some parameter scheme design envelopes, which we still wanted to be flexible enough that somebody could bring these forward as plots and come up with a different solution. So you can see that particularly things like plot A, the parameters allow a fair degree of flexibility because we had, a series of individual blocks in the parameters that is modelled as one block, albeit when you got to reserve matter stage, you would need to consider sunlighting, daylighting, and meeting between blocks. So you'd never be able to deliver the parameter design envelopes. But I guess what we didn't want to be so restrictive of is it must be 3 blocks, if it could be 2, or if, or one of these blocks was twisted, so that's why we gave an overall envelope, and that can come forward. And the same particularly on Southern Hay, where we had a series of individual blocks. Out of the parameter plans, that's modelled as one block, but you could never bring that forward as one building mass. So we had hierarchy, but illustrative scheme, the parameters which we felt gave a degree of flexibility in how you then bring those plots forward, and then a series of zones which we start to define the characters in, and then you describe that in the design code, and then you apply the design code to your reserve matters application. So that was the kind of thought process behind how the drawings and the design code was structured. So the 4 key character areas that we wanted to define, because we did feel that each of them had a slightly different character, was the gateway, what we give, the names we give them, the gateway, which is really the front door to Basildon for public transport and for the railways. That's the first thing you see when you get off the train coming to Basildon. Eastgate Centre, repurpose. Southern Hay Meadows, which is this area to the south of the southeast diagonal route, and then Eastern Gardens, which was a large residential area. And each of these we felt needed to slightly different characters and uses to reflect, I guess, what their role was within a successful town centre. So the Gateway, as I said, new experience in the railway station. This would be quite high density, but it should be quite a bold vision. We never quite got to the bottom of the bus station and whether the bus station should be relocated or not. So we've kind of looked at scheme. Can you develop a scheme with the existing bus station? I think that'd be quite hard. You would probably need to reconfigure the bus station, but bus station might have to stay there or it could move. The Eastgate Centre, we felt once the Eastgate, some of the you created the new streets. The Eastgate Centre then had a new frontage. You'd condensed the retail in the Eastgate and made it much more relevant, and then the upper parts of the Eastgate could be used as multi-use space for working, leisure and food. So the Eastgate becomes a much more mixed-use building in its own right. Southern Hay Meadows, where the roundabout in Southern Hay goes, Southern Hay is traffic or downgraded to just a single carriageway. There was actually even discussions whether you actually need Southern Hay at that part because of what else was going on in town. But again, we felt you need to create a strong frontage there. I need to kind of green along Southern Hay to ensure that the town centre doesn't turn its back on the railway. The railway is quite a negative edge and it's quite a barrier to the connections further south. But we felt that Basildon did need this new positive edge that could encourage cycling and pedestrian connectivity along Southern Hay. And then Eastern Gardens really envisaged as, a series of courtyard blocks surround all looking in on a communal kind of garden park space. I think that was about 35 metres wide from building to building. So it's quite a substantial space. It's not that mean. And that could be used for growing, for playing, for exercise by residents. As I say, whether that was gated and solely for use by residents or available for the public as well was never really bottomed out in debate. So these are just some images potentially of what the Gateway could be. So the Gateway was this landmark arrival scene with yes, quite bold buildings behind, but really steering people from the train station to the marker building, and then they can orientate themselves to the north-south axis on with Brook House framing that. So using the buildings to actually help people steer their way and find their way into the town centre. So character 2, this is very much, this view doesn't really exist at the moment because you've got Eastgate Centre coming across here, but so this is effectively from Town Square looking south. So you'd have, I guess with Brook Houses to the back of you here. So you get a clear view down an open street, which doesn't exist at the moment. That open street, we could have residential looking into it. So, create something that's safe, and you're anchored by that, the marker tower leading you down through this space, and that kind of juxtaposes with Brook House to really frame that route. And then character 3, Southern Hay Meadows, which I think you can see on the little section down there. When you take out one of the carriageways, you get opportunity to actually introduce a huge bulk of planting, and we can separate pedestrians, quite safely from the cars by planting, and also pedestrians. So this is the view from the kind of southeast as you come across the road there. Very clear route again into the town centre diagonally with apartment buildings, looking into the space, and a little pocket park as you come into that space. And then lastly, Eastern Gardens. So again, you can see from the section, each of the buildings does have an amount of so any building that come to ground and have residential ground, have got private amenity and a buffer area directly in front of them. Then you've got, dedicated cycle lanes and footpaths. You've still got, quite a substantial area there for planting down the middle of it. So kind of, if you can kind of think back to what were the previous kind of pedestrian connections were, this is potentially what the pedestrian connections, could be. So I guess, a lot more, this is now 24-hour street. You still do have Eastgate Mall, which is shut at both ends. So that east-west, you can argue that the doors are shut at night, but there is, two 24-hour streets going through here, connecting up. Importantly, direct access now down to the southeast rather than kind of going through a car park, and then a variety of different options teeing into existing streets and creating a much more pedestrian friendly. We did extend kind of the master plan to the north and show potentially what could happen up there, because we are very conscious that we just kind of finish our master plan, but there's another quarter of the town up here which actually we need to connect into, and which you really need to almost master plan to complete that kind of network. But obviously that's out with that was out with that, but is it out with the application and is not within the ownership. There's a huge amount of work done on landscaping by exterior architecture. But I think, you can see here they were picking up on a lot of the desire lines that we'd set out and the routes and the connectivity, and this wider aspiration to connect Gloucester Park with Middle Hall, and how you do that through green boulevards. And what they were starting to do on the right is subdivide these spaces into green spaces of different characters. So you get some green spaces which are quiet and contemplative and for sitting, the other spaces that are play spaces. So you start to, rather than just have one kind of type of green, you actually start to articulate it. So the various landscape typologies. So you can see there, public open space, the lighter yellow. You get communal amenity space, which is predominantly courtyards and green roofs to buildings. Then you get private amenity spaces, which are, these areas of just defensible planting immediately in front of ground floor units, just to provide a degree of privacy, which, I think the images on the bottom show that quite well. So this is how this sits within the other schemes that sit within the town centre. I think the document that's just been passed out gives you there's some dimensions of this. So the green here is our scheme. Number 4 is the Market Square scheme here, which is consented at Peel. Number 2 is the Town Square scheme. 8 is obviously Brook House. 3 is the new cinema building, which is completed. 5 is the new college, which is now completed. Then 6 is a refurb and extension on top of Trafford House. So it just shows you kind of within the overall town. I think it shows it is quite useful in illustrating the potential amount of regeneration that if all these schemes came forward would bring to the town. And then just
the East Square Cinema, that's sort of been built.
That's been built.
Is there a further phase to the rear, or is it?
I don't know.
Because going on there.
Yeah, there's some terrace fencing. I'm not sure
Right.
whether there's a second phase. And then this is the kind of, I guess, the money shot from the south, showing the kind of railway line, the new frontage, the new greening to Southern Hay and the downgrade to Southern Hay, and then you can see the key routes that were starting to open up and establish, linking this, particularly the south, into the existing east-west kind of core of the town, and then north. think that's the, you know, the gateway vision for, you know, reconfigured bus station, you know, greening of Southern Hay, and the kind of new front door for Basil. I think that's it. That's it.
Thanks very much. Do the council have any questions based on? Right. Obviously, they'll have a chance to ask questions during formal presentation of evidence, but there's no factual questions you have? No. Okay. Just looking back, the access ways within, for example, the Eastern Gardens, are they meant to be shared spaces, are they, for vehicles and pedestrians, or?
Yes, again, I think because in outline we never got into the full
No,
detail of
no.
which would be shared spaces, you know, which you would actually require. A lot of that would depend on the final parking solution.
It's envisaged that parking will be within most of the blocks, so there would be a need for some vehicle access.
I think the overall quantum of parking you will actually need. Well, you know, what we foresaw is that as this development comes forward over a number of years, the idea behind the outline application was, you know, as each of these blocks or plots are developed, you will be able to respond to market conditions. So, you know, we were quite keen that we had a variety of different residential typologies, whether that be, you know, starter units or later living or assisted living, and each of those have got a different requirement for car parking. So some of them might not need any car parking.
So can I help? You haven't seen the 106 yet, have you? I think so. There's
Well, I've seen an earlier draft.
So I don't know whether it's the same. The earlier draft is the same as it now is, but Schedule 6 of the current draft makes provision in paragraph 3 for public accessibility of what's defined as public realm. Public realm is itself defined as any space which is agreed pursuant to any reserve matter approval to be freely available to anyone to access. So effectively, at our stage, consideration is given as to whether something is or isn't public realm. If it is public realm, then the provisions of the 106 related to public realm will lock in. That's how it's intended to work. And obviously, we'll go through that at the 106 session in a bit more detail.
And I think in my pre-inquiry note, I sort of asked questions about how the Eastgate Centre itself would be controlled or dealt with in terms of the proposals. Clearly, you've talked about re-shrinking it, and Debenham's block is within the zone 1, but the remainder of it's sort of effectively not within a development zone.
Let me just see if I can bring up a plan. Yeah, so this plan probably shows it quite well. So the existing mall, the existing core part of the mall, which I think is 2-3 stories, stays. You will see when you walk around it, there is an obvious cut line.
Yeah.
Where because there's a mall running through, where you can demolish Debenhams and provide a new frontage, external frontage with units facing out. And then the existing Southeast Mall, which goes off there, which is only single story, I think, is demolished. And this curve, I think this is also called Southern Hay, rather confusingly, comes in here, and you actually provide therefore a new entrance there. So the covered part of the mall, traditional shopping centre, shrinks back, and then you would asset manage that because it's easier to do because you've got more demand for retail. But particularly the upper parts, it was envisaged that would become more workspace and more leisure uses because the retail doesn't particularly work at the upper levels.
It may be dealt with later in evidence, but I'm just wondering how the council will control what happens to the remaining part of the Eastgate Centre. It's probably more a question for planning witnesses, but
we can get the solutions.
Between the two, between Debenhams and the Eastern Mall, it's I think you've talked about it being changed in terms of its mix of uses, sort of more mix of uses on the upper floor, presumably some sort of refurbishment.
Yeah, I mean, I think to a certain extent the market will demand that, because their upper uses aren't, but if you go to the upper uses now, they are small offices and small retailers, and the retail doesn't function in the upper parts.
I suppose a number of developers could pick off the zones and just leave that.
Well, you will have
In fact, you have to demolish parts of it, obviously, but yeah.
I think it was what was always seen as that. I mean, am I okay to talk about delivery? What we always envisaged, and I think the one thing behind that we kind of tried to make sure in the master plan is, you know, somebody once said to me, all master plans need to have liquidity, they need to be deliverable, and they need to be feasible. So you have to be able to deliver a master plan in many different ways, not a predetermined way. You have to make the master plan liquid so that it's not dependent on one whole developer delivering that master plan, that it can be delivered by a number of different parties. So we saw that, you know, there would be almost be an enabling first phase, which shrinks down Eastgate, separates the Eastgate off from its constituent parts, and sorts out the Eastgate centre and the uses within that. That can then be sold as a successful retail investment. You've then got a number of other different plots which can then be delivered by other, you know, either a single developer or a series of different developers.
Also talked about bringing workspace back into the town centre. Again, that's something that obviously the development is a mixed development and includes commercial floor space. But again, how can one ensure there's a sufficient quantum of workspace as part of the mixture? Again, that's probably a matter for the planning witnesses, or the 106 obligations. Another 106 deals with commercial and workspace, doesn't it? But, yeah. I noticed that one of the conditions deals with the bus station, which was another of my questions. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's useful in setting the scene. So thanks very much. And going off the programme, that sort of concludes the morning business. I think we have one of the councillors who wishes to speak. Are they sort of lined up for 2 o'clock or? Right. 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 Okay.
So he says, far be it for me to suggest to you what you should do, and then I'm going to suggest to you what you should do. But I just wondered, because if the councillors and the other person had been told to come at 2, and I'm disinclined to suggest that one of the defendants will split his evidence in chief in 2. I just wonder whether you might. I just wonder whether you might find it. You'll know whether you might find it helpful to go and have a wander in light of what you just heard.
I did have a wander early on, but I didn't see everything. So yeah,
it may help to go back and have a look at
some further wander. Yeah, it's sensible to resume at 2. Otherwise, people won't think you're aware of what we're doing. So. Okay. Right. So we'll break now till 2 o'clock. I don't think there's anything else in terms of documentation that
needs to be discussed at this stage. No.
Okay, then. See you all at 2 o'clock.
See you at 2.
Afternoon, it's 2 o'clock, so we'll resume the inquiry. I believe the councillor is here, but not in the room. I think, as far as I know, that's the only interested party we have at this stage. Well, I've been told that the councillor's here, but anyway. I didn't actually say at the start of the inquiry, but this is the witness table, if you hadn't gathered that. I had a walk around the back of Asda this lunchtime, so very pleasant stroll. Is there only one way to Asda from the Eastgate Centre? Maybe that's a question for a witness. I know the timetable suggests, evidence in chief this afternoon of Mr. Reynolds. Is that? I think your cross-examination is quite long.
It is, and I was just, in fact, you must have read my mind. They're all over here because it's Howard and I were just discussing whether it's whether it made sense to start cross-examination now. My preference is not. I mean, I could do. I've got lots of notes, but my preference is to do it all in one go. Actually, so I think you lose.
Why did leave Mr. Reynolds hanging on?
Yeah, I guess then he will be in whatever we're meant to call Purdah now, because we're meant to call it Purdah. But so I prefer not to, even if it means early finish. But if you feel strongly so, I'll start. I'm ready to go.
I was wondering if we can comfortably get it in tomorrow then.
Would, yes. Good. All right. Thank you.
Afternoon. I believe you're one of the local councillors for the actual town centre ward, or yeah, okay, right. I won't pronounce your name, but did you observe anything that happened this morning, or no, it's just no, it's okay. Right. And basically this morning we just dealt with some opening announcements, and then the appellant's design witness gave a presentation to indicate what the scheme was about, but I'm sure you're familiar with that anyway. But so it's really just your chance to say what you want to say, and Mr. Banner, who's the appellant's barrister, may have some questions for you, but we'll see. Yeah. So yes, just yeah.
Am I on?
You're familiar with the microphones, are you?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Inspector. Well, I'll start by giving a background of the St. Martin's and Basildon's residents' perspective. Then I'll share with you the reasons why my residents in St. Martin's and Basildon's residents are opposed to Infrared's plans to overdevelop Eastgate in our town centre. In May,
You actually read from a statement.
yeah, I'm just,
Yeah.
it's something I've written.
Whether or not you can provide that afterwards to the council.
It's something I've just written on my phone just to speak to.
All right.
Okay.
So we haven't to make notes. I'll make notes.
I can send you the notes. In May 2021, the residents of St. Martin's and Basildon made a protest vote which unseated the mayor, disposed of the Labour leader of the council, Gavin Callaghan, the then Labour and Independent coalition, and put a Conservative councillor and leadership in place. There has never been a Conservative councillor sitting in St. Martin's since its inception over 30 years ago. And I'm that councillor. Now, the significance of this act is the fact that the residents were voting to stop the flats. I'm the evidence that the residents of Basildon, men and women, young and old, who have been born and raised here in Basildon, and others that have made Basildon their home, had no confidence in the administration at the time, who had slipped in and gone ahead with their plans under lockdown when residents were fighting for their lives and grieving for their loved ones. What made the residents of St. Martin's and Basildon vote this way? They were making their intention loud and clear that they were highly opposed to having these high-rise and high-density overdeveloped concrete jungles called flats from taking over our town. They live here. The faceless developers and politicians making the decisions on their behalf did not. Being one of the main stakeholders that should have been consulted on the development of the town centre, including the infrared Eastgate development, Basildon's residents were not given the opportunity to have their say. More than any of the stakeholders, these proposed changes are going to drastically affect their daily lives, the lives of their children, and the lives of the future generations. And they were not given the chance to have a say. I thought Britain was a democracy, not an autocratic society. My election to political office, as I said earlier, in May 2021 was a democratic act of the people of Basildon to say no to high-rise density flats. So what are the problems with infrared Eastgate plans? I'll just mention a few, according to what my residents have been telling me. I'll start with the fact that it must be appreciated that infrared are proposing to build a town within a town. The sheer number of blocks that they're planning on building evidences this. This is detrimental to Basildon as it will drastically change our demographics. Having such high ambitions and lofty plans is an indication that the developers are totally out of touch with the character, tone, and the desires of our residents. It alienates existing residents as it hasn't taken into consideration their needs and wishes with regards to its development. What does this do for building community cohesion? Nothing. These plans constitute an unprecedented overdevelopment in Basildon. None of the other appeals were on a scale of massing as this one. We have several high-rise density flats in a cluster, storing up problems for us in the future, such as antisocial behavior, health and well-being problems of adults and children being cooped up in flats with nowhere to go. If built, this will dominate the skylines, leaving little or no gaps to view the heritage asset, Brook House. The height of the planned buildings, 21 stories high, and some maybe about 19 and others around 18, are totally out of scope for the location for which they're planned. We have not been told how many, we know the number of flats, but we haven't been told how many blocks or how many blocks they're going to be in. Because all we have at the moment is a sketch plan. These flats are intrusive of the current landscape and harmful to Brook House, a listed grade 2 building. It must be noted, Mr. Inspector, that having gaps in the skyline was one of the reasons given for allowing previous appeals. Mr. Inspector, I submitted the names of over 1,000 residents who've petitioned against the overdevelopment of our town centre. I've demonstrated the fact that my election to political office in May 2021 was a democratic act of the people of Basildon to say no to the high-rise and high-density flats once and for all. We are a democratically elected new Conservative leadership. We came into office to give residents what they wanted for Basildon and the town centre through a consultation held around June and July 2021. A clear majority of our residents indicated that they did not want these high-rise flats. They indicated that they were happy with low-rise buildings that are more in line with the current landscape of our town centre. Based on the evidence I've given today on how the residents of Basildon are being imposed upon by developers and Labour and the Independent Alliance, I'm asking you to rule against the development and the progress of infrared Eastgate plans, which flies against democracy and the public's aspiration for Basildon's town centre. Mr. Inspector, if these plans are to go ahead, there will be an imposition on Basildon's residents and going against our collective will. Mr. Inspector, our local community have been absolutely clear that they do not want these kind of monstrous developments towering the sky at 20+ stories. Mr. Inspector, the residents elected myself and my conservative colleagues to power and ejected the Labour Alliance and voted through these, monstrosities. And we remain committed to honour their views, and I ask that you will do the same too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You said that, are you representing St Martin's ward or?
Yeah, this is my ward.
Okay, so St Martin's, what does that cover?
The town centre.
The town centre, right, okay. Right.
And the surrounding areas.
Right, okay. Mr. Banner, do you have any questions?
Just a few. So, Councillor, good afternoon. Thank you for welcoming us to your ward. You said you were opposed to high-rise flats in the town centre. Could you just explain to us, what do you mean by high-rise?
My residents, when we did a consultation, my residents preferred 0 to 6.
Is it your view that Basildon Council ought to provide for the identified housing needs of its area? Yes, so you'll be aware that every local authority area it has a housing requirement figure which can be worked out in a particular way, and that's the identified housing needs of that area. Is it your view that Basildon ought to strive to deliver on those needs, provide for those needs, or not?
I'm happy that and my residents also are happy that those needs are delivered upon. However, the issue with this particular these set of flats is that most of these flats are not going to be inhabited by the current Basildon's residents. They're going to, because they're not affordable for my residents.
Are you aware that on the council's own case, the extent of the shortfall in terms of the 5-year supply of unmet needs, it is over 3,000. Only 3,000 dwellings currently shortfall of the 5-year supply. Are you aware that's the kind of order of magnitude the council itself says?
I'm not aware of the exact figure, but I do believe that my residents have to have a say in what goes on in their environment. And even if those flats are going to be built, it's possible to have them dispersed around the county, not necessarily in one location in the town centre, in an overdevelopment.
And tell me this.
Where there's no infrastructure,
of course.
There's no infrastructure, not enough infrastructure to support that development.
There is on the edges of settlements, are there, outside of Basildon?
Possibly, I don't know.
And tell me this, were you one of the councillors who voted to withdraw the local plan?
I was.
And could you also tell me that it's right, isn't it, that pretty much all of the land outside the settlement boundaries in Basildon is greenbelt, isn't that right?
Possibly.
Well,
Well, I can't tell you for sure because I'm not on the planning committee.
Right.
I'm just representing my ward.
Well, can I just ask you this last question? Is it, do you support the release of greenbelt for delivering on housing needs?
I would leave that to, I can't make that decision on my own, yeah? And it has to be something done by the rest of the group as well as my residents when they consulted. It's not a decision I make, and I'm not here to impose my decision on my residents. I'm here to serve their interests, not to impose my views upon them.
Right. So you don't have any, you don't, when you're acting politically, you don't exercise your own views, you're just.
I would like to hear what my residents have
Right.
to say before I make a judgment, so I have to be open-minded.
Do you recognise there's a tension, of course, between on the one hand saying no high rise in urban areas, and on the other hand, a stance which is we're going to withdraw our local plan because it involves considerable greenbelt releases. There's a tension between those two positions, isn't there?
Well, there might be a tension in those two positions, but it doesn't mean that we can't come with a plan that will benefit each area, but will not overload one particular area with these high-rise flats.
Right. Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Very nice discussing with you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, councillor. You're free to go or stay and watch the proceedings if you want. It's entirely up to you. Yeah. Okay, we'll now move on to Mr. Reynolds and his examination in chief. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Take him a few minutes to assemble his papers, probably.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, Mr.
Mr.
Williams.
Reynolds, are you sitting comfortably?
Yes.
Then we'll begin. So you should have Mr. Reynolds' proof. You've indicated you've got that, and his rebuttal. You've indicated you've got that. He did also provide a summary But I think in large part we're going to refer to the main proof and the rebuttal, and going to go through the issues with reference to those documents and some documents along the way. I've taken the view, perhaps wrongly, that we can pick those documents up as we go along. So looking first at pages 1 to 3 of your proof of evidence, Mr. Reynolds, you set out there your name and qualifications, and you are Paul Reynolds. You have a master's degree in urban design from Westminster University, a BA honours degree in postgrad diploma in landscape architecture from Gloucestershire University. You're a chartered landscape architect, and you've a recognised practitioner with the Urban Design Group, and you've over 20 years experience. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And in the following paragraphs, you set out more about your experience, and in particular in relation to urban design matters. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So we'll ask you to read those again when considering Mr. Reynolds' evidence. In section 1.2, you tell the inquiry that you're acting as an independent urban design expert witness in support of the council, and in particular in relation to the 3 reasons for refusal. And you set out from paragraphs 1.2.2 the context for your instructions and your ability to take on the council's case and provide the evidence which you do.
Correct.
And over the page, you indicate not only that you visited the site on a number of occasions and the surroundings, but you point out that you have a particular interest, as is demonstrated by some of your experience, in town centre regeneration and in the role for high density mixed use projects that are able to deliver the new homes required in a way that's people friendly and ensures that future residents are able to live happy and productive lives. So moving from you, your qualifications and your experience, Mr. Reynolds, I wonder whether you could just provide an introduction to the inspector and of your evidence, set out the scope of what you're going to advise him on.
Yes, certainly. Well, broadly, I'll be speaking to the 2 core matters that you identified in your case management note. So the first one being whether the proposal would result in a well-designed place with particular reference to height, scale, massing and layout in the context of existing buildings and townscape of Basildon. And then the second one, which I will touch on probably much more briefly, is the effect on the designated heritage asset of Brook House. And to do that, I've kind of broken my evidence down into about 3 or 4 different sections. So I'll start by talking to a topic that I've kind of loosely termed character and placemaking, which really is speaking to reason for refusal 1. I'll then move on to talk about height, scale and massing, which broadly speaks to reason for refusal 2. And then I'll end up speaking about the design code, which speaks to reason for refusal 3. And then I'll just come back to that heritage point, which again is reason 2. At the very end, there's a couple of other matters as well that I think it's probably worth me picking up for your benefit in terms of a little bit around the QRP and the sort of involvement of that in the process, and also just to talk to the rebuttal proofs that the appellant has submitted and my response to a couple of the comments raised in those.
Good, thank you. So the first matter is character and placemaking, and I want you to advise the inspector first about the importance of context for the purposes of developing a regeneration scheme.
Yeah, I've kind of put down, I think probably the best place to start is actually with the well-designed places wheel, as it's affectionately known. It's on page 34 of my proof, and it's taken from the National Design Guide. I suspect that this is going to be something we see a lot of at inquiries if you haven't already. But I think it's an important place to start, because it's fairly clear that the NDG and the National Model Design Code that sits alongside it, which I'll talk more about later on, are kind of quite clear in setting out what are regarded as these 10 characteristics of well-designed places. The 10 headings are used throughout the NDG and through the design guide. The design code. I'm going to make this mistake a lot. And I think that actually they're very good headings. You know, for years we've kind of reverted back to older documents like by design in terms of what's good urban design. But actually, I think this is going forward a very useful one to refer to. And I just want to kind of flag at this point, and again, it's something that I'll touch on when I look at the rebuttals, that it was concerning to me that none of the appeal documents that were submitted, not the design code or the design access statement, made reference to the National Design Guide. There's obviously a kind of timing issue in that the current version is the 2021 NDG. It was re-released alongside the National Model Design Code, but the original version was released in 2019, which was before the appeal scheme was submitted. So I think it is unfortunate that it kind of wasn't referred to, or these topics weren't picked up as part of that original appeal information. If I then move on to sections 4.11 of my proof, is probably the next place to start, which is where I sort of look at that townscape context for Basildon, and really looking at how the topic of context, which is the first of the 10 characteristics, is a very important one. That's also reflected in wording of policy. And that kind of need to recognise and understand the character of the place to ensure that any development proposals that come forward can be successfully integrated into the existing community. And that's both kind of visually integrated, physically integrated, and socially integrated. And I'll come back onto those topics later on. And I think that understanding is even more critical when you're in somewhere that has an importance and significance beyond the immediate locality. And obviously we talked a little bit, or we heard a little bit this morning about Basildon as a new town and its role as such, and a kind of exemplar of the modernist new town urban planning and architecture. I put a reference there that Basildon is quoted as being the most ambitious of the new towns in terms of its area and population. And I think some of that special character is reflected through things like the listing of Brook House and the other elements around it. And again, that's something I'll come back to later on. Because I think, you know, not only is it the tower, and I'm sure we'll talk about the role the tower plays, but actually it's the fact that it's the stairs, it's the railings, it's the space, it's the fountain, it's that kind of grouping of elements. And actually one of the key things that was important about new towns was the whole, you know, it was a planning thing, it wasn't just an architectural thing, it was about the kind of the layout and the urban planning of the place, which is part of its importance. And I think sort of looking at, I've got various photographs in my proof, and I know you'll probably see quite a lot of photographs in different proofs as we go through of different views, but I put in as figure 4.1 on page 37, one of those views, which is kind of looking along that water feature towards Town Square. You've got the Pelotti supporting Brook House on the left, and it's kind of, and it is that sort of iconic image, I suppose, of the English and British new town that we have there. But I think it's certainly common ground between all of us that the intervening years have not been kind on the town centre. It's in need of improvement. I think the kind of gleaming modernist buildings that we see in some of these photographs are certainly a bit more run down. Probably, you know, lack of maintenance and investment into structures, which we've found out over the years require a lot of maintenance and investment because of the nature of them. And also, you know, just simple things like changes in taste and I guess a shift away maybe from the sort of love of the brutalist aesthetic, although I think they may be coming slightly back again at a macro level, with a sort of resurgence in modernist design. But as we heard this morning, you know, also the nature of shopping has changed, and the town centre has very much fallen victim to what was initially sort of seen as a bright future, being the motor car. It probably has been impacted firstly by out of town retail, and sort of the wonder was the motor car has been a negative to it in that way, particularly with places like Festival Park drawing a lot of people from Basildon town centre, and then more latterly Lakeside obviously had a big impact as well when that opened as a regional shopping centre, and then more recently, you know, online retail, the kind of changing shopping practices, has, like with everywhere, it's sort of seen that there's been that reduction in demand for retail floor space, and Basildon, as many town centres and high streets, are really suffering, and that's something that I kind of do a lot with my work through the High Streets Task Force. But I think part of the reason actually was that Basildon grew beyond what was originally envisaged. In my proof on page 38, I've overlaid a kind of one of the plans of the town onto an aerial photograph, and what you'll see, and you can still read it actually on the ground when you're walking around, is that the original sort of outer ring road actually went through pretty much the middle of the Eastgate centre. I think this morning the comment was made about the confusion around Southern Hay and Southern Hay, and that is a legacy of that, because the old Southern Hay Road wasn't renamed, and then they moved it out and also named a new road Southern Hay, which is why you've got that slight confusion. But I think what's happened is that kind of expansion of the town has obviously led to an even greater level of retail, which ultimately hasn't been to its advantage, and has now kind of left us in this position that we're in today, with the town centre in need of regeneration. I think it's important to note that it was always intended to be a mixed-use town centre. When you look at those plans, and there's a clearer plan actually in my rebuttal that I put in as an appendix to that. But you know, you can look at the drawing and see what was intended. You know, there were shops, masonettes, flats, cinemas, sort of a whole mixture of civic and cultural uses, and it kind of always was intended to be a mixed-use centre. So I don't think that kind of aspiration of today is anything particularly new with regard to that. And clearly both the recent consents on appeal and also the recently completed cinema building are sort of attuned with that desire and that aim, even if there's not any the more recent formal planning documents in the town centre have been withdrawn or are not being progressed at the moment. I think that aspiration has always been there and continues to be there.
Just on that point, can we just make sure the inspector has a note of the plan to which you refer?
Yeah.
That's in your rebuttal at Appendix B. Is that the right one?
That's the one, yeah.
Pause there for a moment. And I suppose it's how.
That's the one, yeah. Yeah.
Is that, can you hold that up, sir? I'm not. Oh, it looks rather different to that. Maybe mine's a bit more grey.
There are two that are very similar but slightly different.
Appendix B, a plan of 1957. Is that the one you're referring to?
That's the one. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's one. And we see there that is this correct, Paul, Mr. Reynolds, that it's maisonettes as well as flats that are on there? So
that's correct. Yeah.
Types,
yeah.
Broad types of residential accommodation.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
So I think kind of what that leads me to is looking at the existing townscape assessments. And I think one of the things that's quite interesting about Basildon as it is a sort of new town is that there's quite a lot of writing about it, certainly in professional press and contemporary press, and so some of the diagrams that are used in the various documents that you had before you are taken from sort of architectural magazines and all the rest of it. And there are various quotes from architectural writers and critics as well. So I think, unlike many schemes I do where there's kind of very little analysis of the townscape historically, if you like, where we're quite fortunate that there is a lot of it set out. However, I think one thing that struck me was that there is a lack of a detailed kind of analysis of that townscape within the appeal scheme materials, and certainly within the design and access statement. There is a more detailed townscape review within the TVIA document, but clearly that's a kind of assessment of the scheme rather than being something that's undertaken as part of the design process. So I think, as I set out at 4.2.4 in my proof, that I think that kind of lack of a robust assessment is, I don't know, I think it kind of compromises, it's a serious failing that kind of compromises the ability then of the design to be worked up in a way that responds to that context, which, you know, is important, set out in the NDG as being important, and is continuously shown as being key to it. There are two locations, as I set out in 4.2.5, where townscape matters are kind of dealt with. Section 7 of the DAS sets out proposed massing heights and townscape strategy, and section 8 talks about architectural language. There's also a section called town centre analysis, but that's really a kind of high level observational analysis of the town centre rather than a detailed one of the townscape. Townscape's also mentioned in the design code, although it gets very little attention. I think there's 11 references to townscape in the entire document. And under the RMA technical considerations, they do refer to townscape, but only in saying that future reserve matter applications should incorporate high quality and modern design of buildings that enhance the existing general townscape, which to me is a fairly kind of bland sentence that I would expect to see in any good design document and apply to any planning application, and certainly doesn't reflect the special townscape considerations that we have, in my opinion, here in Basildon. The later references to it are set out in 4.2.7 of my proof are really just references to townscape, things like statement buildings, groups and blocks together form an important townscape function as part of a wider composition, directing the eye towards marker building. Again, fairly generic, certainly not specific in any way to Basildon Town Centre, and I don't really think that it helps to contribute towards quality of place. And then where they do talk about architectural language in chapter 8, it sort of focuses on international and high profile UK modernism. So there's lots of very nice global examples of modernist buildings, but there's nothing really that talks about Basildon or even English Newtown modernism. It's all about Centre Point in London and various other buildings globally. And I think there's certainly no meaningful analysis of how modernism is kind of, I suppose, adapted maybe, or certainly how it's interpreted in the UK and in the Basildon context. And overall, I think the feeling was that there was a kind of general apathy towards the town centre. I think there's a page in paragraph 8.1 of the DAS, I think this was, where there's a kind of postcard from the 1960s juxtaposed with an image of Basildon today. However, the kind of today photo is taken from a different angle, and it's taken from one of the service yards, and the sort of image has been desaturated and it's coloured to make it look about as bad as it can look. And I think that, to me, is really summarises that overall approach to the analysis, which is kind of like, well, there's nothing really of any merit here, so there's nothing that we need to consider, and we'll just go ahead and, you know, create a new character of our own, which to me really ignores that importance that's placed on character. I think just talking a bit more detail about character, two things really in my proof that I set out, and moving on to chapter 5, if I just go to find the reference for you. So it's 5.1.2, and I think this is a very important point again. That design isn't just about how something looks, it's about how it works. I think that's Steve Jobs quote to do with Apple products, but it certainly holds true as well with urban design. And the core principles of urban design have been well known for a long time. And as I said, I think that the character wheel, or the wheel in the NDG, is a good contemporary interpretation of those. But it's kind of something that I always have at the back of my mind when I look at schemes, either when I'm reviewing them as a design review panel member or chair, or looking at them in the context of an appeal like this, is actually not just what does it look like, but how does it function and how does it work. And we'll come on later to some of the issues that I've kind of found in that regard in reviewing both the illustrative scheme and the design code and the parameter plans as well. And I think one of the things that struck me in terms of the character and the kind of townscape character in particular, is that I think there is scope to add new character within the town centre. I think it's something we'll probably talk about later on. If not today, then I'm sure it will come up tomorrow with regard to the kind of approach and character areas, and whether there are elements of merit, I suppose, within the red line boundary in terms of the character of that area. And I certainly think that there aren't, but it sort of strikes me that when you look at the character areas that were set out, and I think it's slightly confusing because there's sort of 3 character areas.
And just pausing there,
Yeah.
what document are you referring to?
So
'Cause
this
there's a
is
number documents referring to character areas.
this is the townscape and visual impact assessment. Yeah. Hang on, let me just get the CD ref. I think it's the same in both of them. But 3.9 CD 3.94. And then it's page 22 of the document.
Just under the heading identification of receptors.
That's correct, yeah.
CD 3.9.
3.94, so. It's page 22. It's figure 5.1. I think it is in a couple of other locations. Okay.
Carry on.
So it's the reference in the proof is paragraph 5.2.2.
Yeah. So what the figure actually does is it takes 3 character areas, which are That's the one. Yeah. So what you'll see there is there's three character areas, A, B, and C, which are the kind of black outlines. And then within A, it's subdivided into A1, A2, A3, A4, and I think A5. So what you effectively end up with are 7, I think I might have said 8, but I think it's 7 character areas. May not be going to add up. Yeah, it's 7, isn't it? It's 5 A's plus a B and a C. But I what I set out in my evidence at 5.22 is I think it's slightly confusing, partly because I'm not sure why there's A, B, and C, and then lots of little A's. I mean, I don't know that I necessarily kind of disagree with the subdivisions, but they probably make more sense as being individual character areas rather than saying it's A, B, and C and then sub areas. And the focus areas, which are the A subdivisions, are actually taken from the 2020 draft town centre master plan document, which, as we heard earlier, is no longer being progressed, but was published as a public draft document. That's where those subdivisions come from. But what I'm finding is that I kind of disagree with the findings of that assessment, and also really with the approach to it, because it's not really looking at the character of the town centre. So not analysing and understanding the character of the town centre, and it needs to be as part of it. I think it needs to be looked at and how it's read. I think it needs to identify what special characteristics are. I think it focuses quite heavily on land use, and while land use is certainly an aspect of townscape character, I think townscape character goes beyond that. You know, sort of character area B is just described, I think, as residential, and A is described as commercial. And it's like, well, actually, there's a very big difference between those sub areas, and that's not picked up in the detail of the assessment. And I think again, it feeds into this decision that seems to have been made very early in the process, that the existing town centre had little or no merit, and therefore the appeal site kind of had a bit of, or the appeal scheme had a bit of a blank slate to work with going forward. I certainly think that there's no detailed study here of how the town evolved. There's little about its role as a new town. It recognises the architecture as sort of being a modernist design, but it doesn't look at it in any more detail than that and what the special features are. Certainly, there's no attempt to identify the architectural language, what makes Basildon unique, which then means that the design that emerges going forward can't really pick up on it. And I would say that I think the sections 3.15 to 3.17 of the DAS, which is about landscape, it's not important to look at it now, but maybe you can have a look at it later on. So that I think is a good example. There's sort of a question around, well, you know, what kind of analysis do you need to do? I think actually that analysis as part of the landscape work is quite a good example of how to kind of analyse the existing townscape and identify things to take forwards. And it's a shame that that isn't also reflected in the architecture. And then I think another point just to pick up on, which is at 5.2.9 in my proof, is around scale and legibility. Actually, it's something that was mentioned this morning in the presentation. I sort of made a note when Mr. Tracy was talking about it, because he was picking up on the Gen Zs wanting the 15 to 20 minute city, 15-minute city, 20-minute neighbourhood, which again, kind of popular concept at the moment in urban design and placemaking. And I kind of think we've already got that. The section 2.7 of the DAS looks at scale and legibility, and it makes a comment that the town centre is oversized at around 900 metres by 400 metres. But I think for starters, you need to kind of interrogate how the town centre functions and whether or not, although broadly speaking, it's agreement that within the ring road is the town centre. I think you need to look at the kind of functional town centre to understand how the spaces are used and by people. And there's kind of quite a lot of the out of town uses, which again we heard this morning, sort of are in town here. There's the retail parks, there's Asda at the opposite end. And actually, I think when you look at it, it's quite a good human scale. I mean, it's kind of, you know, a 15-minute walk from one end to the other, about 5 minutes to walk from the north side to the south side. So actually, I think we've already got quite a good human scaled town centre. And I don't think it's necessarily oversized. Yes, there may be an excess of retail floor space, which I'm sure we'll come on to over the course of the next 2 weeks. But I think as a kind of concept, if you like, the town centre's actually quite a good scale. And obviously the walkability to the station, things like that, and the bus station are all really, really important into that. And you know, again, it's broadly flat. It's just all quite walkable and all quite pleasant, as well as you'd have seen yourself from sort of nipping around at lunchtime today. So I think, to me, that issue around, I suppose, scale and legibility is more complex than just size. I think it does come down to perception of quality. Clearly, the pedestrian experience is very different in one part of the town to another. There are times when you certainly feel like you're very much back of house and in the service yard, as you probably experienced this morning around the backside of Asda. But at the same time, you know, when you're in those central pedestrian spaces that were designed as part of that original new town concept, it's a very different character to the town. And I think that just getting this kind of, I don't know, understanding of the town from walking around it, you know, as set out before, I've kind of been and walked around it about 3 times over the course of this. It's you do get to experience it, and I'm sure you will do as you walk around. You kind of get to feel, I suppose, what those special characteristics and qualities are in terms of the buildings, the spaces. And I think it's just really unfortunate that in the material submitted, none of that really comes through. And, you know, this is, it's, you know, it's clear in both policy guidance and also in the MPPF, you know, paragraph 127 is clear that development should be based on an understanding of characteristics. And I think that's something that's just lacking in the appeal scheme.
Thank you. Can you turn then from question of context and proper understanding to the questions of impact, and look to height, scale and massing, reason for refusal 2 in particular?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, I'll obviously start with the obvious. So the height, scale and massing issue only applies to certain plots. That's as set out in the reasons for refusal and as confirmed through the statement of common ground. So I'll just kind of make that opening qualification, if you like. I think I kind of cover it in two areas really in my proof. So sections 5.3 and sections 5.4 deal with it, different aspects of it. I'll also, it might be worth you say, if you want to bring up the townscape and visual impact, so you've already got that actually, haven't you? Because I say keep that one up, because we'll refer to some views as we go through this. It might take a while to load if you haven't.
And I think the addendum as well.
Yeah, and 4.21, which is the supplemental ES. I think a couple of the views are
Main assessment, that's already voted up.
okay. It's 4.21. which is the supplement to the ES. I think a couple of the views are views that were updated following the changes to the scheme. 4.21.
So if you have the document, I think it starts on page 70 or thereabouts, the actual impact
Yeah.
assessment.
It's page 70, 74, I think actually. So.
And in the addendum, so just so I'm sure you're clear, some of the views have been looked at again in the light of the changes and reductions, but not all have repeated because some of them haven't changed. So you do need to look at both.
Okay, all right. So I suppose the opening gambit really is that my position is kind of quite clear that I believe that the appeal scheme does cause very serious townscape harm to this, to the town, and I think that there are probably that kind of harm can be looked at in three different aspects, which I've set out in 5.3.1, I think it is.
5.3.1.
Yeah, 5.3.1. So that's the kind of the physical harm. So that's on close views, on character, on perception when you're in the town centre. And I'll talk to that slightly more in a moment. And then the visual harm, and I'm talking there about kind of townscape visual harm rather than necessarily heritage visual harm, and we'll talk about a bit about the difference between the two in a moment. And then the final point and the third one is the kind of social impact, and that's around the additional people and vehicles and kind of all the services and utilities and everything that goes around it. And they're the kind of three headings that I want to speak to, but particularly with a focus, I think, on the first two of those probably. And as I set out in my proof there, starting at 5.3.2, it's the physical impact of the buildings on their immediate vicinity will be significant. It's very often this height, scale and massing kind of gets turned as a shorthand to height, but actually I think scale and massing are as important, if not more so to a certain degree than height, because when you're up close to them and experiencing the town centre as a pedestrian, it's actually the scale and massing of buildings that have far more impact on you than the height will do. Very often you wouldn't know whether a building was 22 stories or 23, but you would be aware of its scale and massing and bulk and how it relates to the street and the street section and things like that. So I think that they're very important aspects which tend to get, I think, a little bit overlooked within the documents. And I think what's, I suppose, the overarching thing is that this new townscape that's being created, and it echoes comments actually that the councillor made before. You know, it's very alien to the town centre, and that's not just to say that it's a residential use and there isn't residential use there, because although there is residential there, it's very limited. I acknowledge that, but actually it's about how that residential comes forward and how that character, as we said, whether there are design cues taken from the existing character, you know, what the nature of that character of that residential is coming forward. And there are many different ways of doing it. And I think that the introduction of the different typology that's being proposed, the blocks, the grid that comes with it, really doesn't look to maintain either the existing character of the town centre or even the residential character of, you know, the wider town, and looking beyond the town centre and saying, well, we're delivering residential, what's the character of the wider area? So I think that's something which you know, is an important factor to look at. And I think, you know, to a certain extent there's an internal conflict. The design and access statement at chapter 7.1 sets out a townscape vision for the proposed development, which describes it as a mid-rise town centre district. Yet, you know, there's a large number of buildings over 10 stories, which I would have said is at the upper end of what most people would consider to be mid-rise. And so I'm not sure that what we're seeing kind of manifest either through the illustrative scheme or through the parameter plan is really aligned to what that original vision is for it. And then sort of using justification for heights, like looking at the sort of southern aspect and the relationship to the railway line, and comparing it to Central Park in New York, seems to be a very odd comparison to be making to try and justify it. And again, it just backs up what I was talking about previously about this kind of lack of contextual understanding, really. You know, I also know, and this is something which I know was brought up in the rebuttal, which I'll touch on later on, but it sets out in the design and access statement that that the heights for different buildings, including Eastgate Tower, were tested, and that 28 stories was decided as being the optimum height for the building, having looked at both taller and shorter buildings. And yet, post-submission, that drops down to 21 stories. Now, appreciate that they'll say, well, that was because they were asked to reduce the height of it, but it does suggest that there isn't really a very strong design rationale if you can kind of take 25% off the height of the building, or it undermines any design rationale if there was one. And I think very often in the document, while it sets out a strategy for heights, i.e. this is where the tallest building should be, this is where the lowest building should be, and that may be justified in terms of it going from taller at the middle to lower around the edges, there's no justification as to whether that taller should be 21 stories or 28 stories, whether the shorter should be 3 stories or 10 stories. So I think that whilst the overall strategy there may be justification for, the actual absolute heights that are put forward aren't justified. And there's talks about in the DAS again about differing height profiles as being options, but actually they're not really options, they just tend to be an evolution of the same basic principle and assumptions, which is we're going to have a gateway tall buildings and heights will be going up to it, and which again I think the kind of rationale for those heights isn't necessarily there and isn't very, very strong. And I think that the kind of implication of this was set out at 5.4.17 in my proof is that the kind of imposition of these buildings will materially change the way the town centre functions, and I think that does have harm on Brook House and its immediate historic context, which again I'll touch on later on when I look at Brook House talk about Brook House in more detail. And I think that it does provide a bit of or it does lead to some conflict, I suppose, between the primacy of the town centre, the original town centre, and the pedestrian axis along the east-west route and the retail along that, and the Eastgate centre, if you like, as an add-on to it, and it draws the massing away. I thought it was interesting in the presentation this morning. There was a view, which I think Tracy was a view from Town Square looking south towards the station, see the tower. Actually, that I don't think that is the view from the Town Square looking south, because the layout of the proposed buildings would block that view, so you wouldn't get that sort of sense. And when you're looking from the station towards the town centre, you wouldn't get a sense of where the historic town centre is. You would kind of only see the appeal scheme, because the scale of those buildings, the architectural kind of treatment of them, and the way that they're approached, you would think that was the town centre. And you can kind of imagine a scenario where people say they go to the town centre, but actually they never get any further north than the Eastgate centre.
Now, this just for your reference, I think Mr. Reynolds can confirm it's that plan that was referred to. I think
That's correct. Yeah, I don't think the presentation's uploaded yet. Otherwise, I'd have given the page reference.
Okay, but it's under the heading Character Area 2. I think it's about 3/4 of the way through the presentation.
Yeah. Yeah. We know the science into that.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. Are you turning to visual
Yeah,
answers now?
yeah, I think so. I'm just going to find the right page. Oh, what's the page from my proof for a moment? Yes. So the second point that we touched on is the visual. And again, I kind of it's a fine line to a certain degree, but I'm trying to focus here on what I would call the townscape visual impact rather than the heritage impact. It's not sort of that technical dealing with the significance of Brook House. It's more about looking at Brook House in terms of its townscape function, which isn't necessarily linked to its historic heritage function. And I think it's fairly clear from going through the visual impact assessment that's been submitted that there are a number of views where the appeal scheme will compete with Brook House. I'll come on to those in a minute. There are some views where Brook House will be completely blocked by the appeal scheme. And although the relationship it's a tricky one, because clearly we have got a revised baseline, if you like, with the consent to Town Square and Market Square. Fortunately, a number of the views do include those as a kind of a cumulative assessment, which is quite helpful. But again, I think, and it's something that the councillor said earlier on, if you read the inspectors' reports on those two schemes, some of the justification that they use for approving those is to do with the way that Brook House can still be read kind of as an entity, if you like, particularly in those mid and long range views. And what I'm finding by looking at this is that this scheme would, in some of those, reduce that or completely remove that ability to read Brook House as a separate entity. So I think that's something that I'm kind of mindful of in looking at it. Clearly, we're working with, this is an outline application, so without doubt, the detailed design of the towers would have an impact on how they appear, and that's not something we can look at this stage. However, that's not to say that there are very many views where actually that kind of detailed design of the tower won't have a significant difference on how it, or the impact that it has within those views. So I will return to, I think the first one is in the 3.94 document and view 8. So the page reference. That is on page 49.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. I think
So this view is from the kind of other side of the tracks, so to speak, and it's the view that you get looking up towards the railway. So sort of on the right hand side there, where that white car is coming from, you see the bridge where the railway line goes over the road. So and the red brick buildings to the left is Trafford House. So this is sort of the view, if you like, as you're walking up from the south as a pedestrian. If you're going towards the town centre, you're not going sort of past the station, you're going the other route to the north. This is what you'll see, and the top of Brook House is visible there above a tree, to just above where the white car is. And this is one where you can see from the scale of the outline that clearly the appeal scheme will completely sort of obliterate the view of Brook House, and this is where you'll start to get that feeling that, you know, the town centre, the impact that will have on you as a pedestrian walking towards the town centre will certainly be that the town centre is where the new buildings are, because you won't have a sense of that town centre being kind of beyond and behind, and the historic town centre that is there at the moment as the main pedestrian area. I think then for the next one, we need to switch to the other document, the 4.21 document, where I want to just talk about view 13, which is on page 87. Yes, it is. Sorry, it's 18, which is very confusing because I think it's 18 of the appendix, which is view 13. If that's of use, that's the one. Okay, so this is looking from Gloucester Park, which is to the northeast of the town centre. It's one of the mid-range views. And I think this is an example of this kind of outweighting, if you like, of Brook House in terms of the balance of built form. So what you're seeing here is, although, yes, the kind of mass of the appeal scheme doesn't block the view, it doesn't appear behind the view, what it is doing is shifting the balance away, if you like, from Brook House on the left to this mass looking more dominant within that. If you're kind of taking the view saying where's the town centre, you'll be naturally led towards where the taller buildings are. Now I would note, if you look at the next page, that I think that's probably the town square scheme. The towers kind of part obliterate Brook House and part obliterate the appeal scheme in this one. So clearly on this, it's, you know, it is a very different character when they're taken into account. I'm not sure whether I think those four towers are all the town square one. I'm not sure because it's all the cumulative schemes, but it's just a kind of good example of that outweighing point, really. And then I'm going to skip back to the other document, I'm afraid, and go to view 15, which is on page 61. And that's the view from the station. Yeah. So this again, it's similar really to view 8. It's obviously stations are an important arrival point, and at the moment Brook House in the top image there is clearly visible above the kind of intervening buildings, again marking the kind of location of that town centre and historic town centre. And obviously the appeal scheme proposed in the foreground will again completely obliterate the view, and lead you to that sort of sense that the town centre and that the important part of the town centre is much closer, perhaps than where it was originally, and it kind of loses that role of Brook House as a marker within the townscape. Next one is a bit more straightforward because it's the next view. It's view 16, same document. I'll have to zoom in a bit on this one. So this is a view again from the northeast, and this is one where the Brook House kind of becomes part of this grouping. So I think what you lose is that singularity value. It's something that the inspectors in the other appeals have picked up on in a number of the views. In those cases, it would retain its singularity, and there would be visible gaps between the proposed towers, and you could read it as part of a kind of evolving skyline. I think here it would be very difficult to read Brook House as part of an evolving skyline. It would just kind of get lost within the general melee of tall buildings. So I think its value, if you like, as a townscape marker is lost as a result of that. And then final one to take you to is back in the supplemental report, and it is view 18, which is on page 91 of the PDF. It's page 22 of the document. And again, this is one where at the moment the Brook House is kind of readable as an element there within the town centre. It's seen in conjunction with the other tall building. I think that's the Great Oaks, that one, next to it, but it's still kind of readable as within that view. And obviously with the appeal scheme, if consented, would appear behind it, and you'd lose the ability to read the building as the backdrop to it would disappear. You'd lose that kind of readability against the skyline. And even with the cumulative schemes in this case, they sort of appear off to the right. They don't appear, they sort of become part of a bigger mass of tall buildings. And I think there was, I can't remember which appeal it was now, but one of the inspectors made a comment about it being part of a playful or jovial or something sort of skyline. But I think on this one that would be lost, and it would just be a case of it appearing as part of the mass rather than being readable as a separate entity. So I think that's probably all the viewpoints I want to go to specifically in my evidence today. So I'll leave those to the side. I'm just moving briefly to talk about that third aspect of the height, scale and massing piece, the social aspect to it. I think a lot of this relates to, and again, it's something that I'm sure is going to come up in the coming days, issues of amenity, residential amenity, and of the ability for the design code, the parameter plans and how they interact with one another to deliver a quality place. And I have sort of a number of concerns around that. Some of them I'm going to touch on shortly. Others I'm no doubt I'll be asked about tomorrow, or they'll come up in the coming days.
Some elements of this point are addressed in Ms Reynolds' group as well, aren't they? So,
They are, yeah.
in terms of so I'm not need to be clear as to who's dealing with.
No, so I was going to say quite a lot of points which are completely new and not in the proof. So if there are points that are in the proof, it would be helpful to just have signposting where in the proof they are, because I think the witness is reading out of his own document, and where they're new points, then perhaps we
I mean, most of the points have been signposted in the proof, haven't they?
yeah, we'll see.
Well,
We'll see.
but
Um,
the point was about
specific
humanity and
points.
who's covering which
Yeah,
element.
yeah. So it would be quite helpful to have that signposting as to who's doing what.
So I wonder whether you've been going about an hour. We've got the design K to come, and then the rebuttal points entirely in your hands. But this would be a suitable point if you thought it was wise to take a comfort break now.
On the basis that we'll have another, probably at least, well, between
Well,
half an hour and an hour.
yes, at least half an
hour.
hour, so I'm sure.
Okay, right, we'll take a break then. Yes, I wasn't sure how long we're going, but yeah, we'll take a break now for a comfort break. 10 minutes. Sufficient, so break to the top past that. Great. Okay, we can resume. It's really just clarifying the extent of the evidence of Mr. Reynolds compared to Miss Reynolds in terms of amenity, because you've got issues such as pinch points, amenity areas, how the design code addresses amenity. So it's trying to avoid duplication.
Yes, so we appreciate that there is an overlap.
Yeah.
I'm hopeful that Mr. Reynolds will be able to speak about these matters as they are referable to the what we call the paucity as the design code.
Right.
But I appreciate that in terms of planning and conditions and so on, then it then moves in a little bit towards the planning policy side. That,
Okay, we'll see how we go. But
yeah. Thank you. Design code matters.
Yeah.
You deal with that in 2 points in your proof early on to pick up upon pinch points, and then later on at section 5.5, the main text on the design code is set out in that section, is it not?
Yeah, that's right.
You take the inspector really just through the main points that you wish to highlight.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think the overarching point is that I don't think that the design code is a fit for purpose document. I think the relationship between parameter plans, design codes, and illustrative plans are quite important in an outline scheme. I think I'll come on to this in a second. I think it's, there are examples, and I refer to and included, apologies for the tomey nature of my appendices, because I should have put it as a core document, not as an appendix, the Meridian Water, which is why, why you probably needed a wheel trolley. But I put that in there simply because, in my view, that's a very good design code, and it sets out very clearly how it works with parameter plans and an illustrative scheme. And it's one of these things where I could probably write 1,000 words on it, but actually the easier thing to do is just to show you kind of what a good version looks like. And that's why I included it, because what we're trying to do with, the illustrative scheme should be, and I'll come on to some issues with the illustrative scheme towards the end of this section, is basically a way of demonstrating how, if the scheme is brought forward in compliance with the parameter plans and design code, this is an option that could be delivered. It's compliant, and it shows you how, and it needs to be good, basically, because what it's effectively saying is, if all else fails, this is what you could get, and isn't this is okay, isn't it? It's this is why we can approve it, because it's okay. And I think there's a lot of failings in that, which I'll come on to. But I think, as set out in the wording of the third reason for refusal, the design code as it stands certainly cannot provide the clarity, certainty, precision, and authority necessary to deliver an exemplar scheme. I don't even think it could be a kind of okay average scheme, which would, I think it certainly wouldn't meet the requirements of good design as set out in paragraph 134 of the MPPF. And I don't think it would have met the requirements of the old MPPF. As set out in my proof, mostly in section 5.5, there are a kind of number of reasons for that. The council statement of case kind of provides, I think it's 9 points, which I go through, and I'm not going to read through all of them now. I'll just highlight a few of them, but kind of 9, if you like, more detailed reasons why it's the council's case that the design code isn't up to scratch. And I do kind of want to come back to that exemplar scheme. Really, I think Meridian Water is a good example to use for a number of reasons. One is it's a large scale regeneration project. It's a similar scale and extent to what we're talking about here. That got permission in March 2020 as an outline scheme with all matters reserved. So again, the same as what we're talking about here. And the application took the format of a set of parameter plans and a design code for approval, with a supporting illustrative master plan and DAS, which were for information only. There was also a separate detailed application for infrastructure work such as highways, which obviously isn't the case here. But I think it's really important to understand the difference, as I said at 5.10, between a design code and a design guide. A design code has to be capable of providing a system for building. It's effectively a handbook. It's a kind of manual which sets out the rules that need to be followed in order to achieve the desired outcome, with that desired outcome being a well-designed place. It is therefore critical that the code is clear and well structured, which I do not believe that the appeal scheme code is. There's certainly not there's no rule around how they're structured. However, there are kind of core things which I think are really important, and I think one of those is something that sets out how it's intended to be used. And I included that excerpt at figure 5.6 in my proof, from the Meridian Water scheme, which shows you that relationship between documents, how they work, how you read them, so that someone going to design that scheme at a later date, or even potentially someone looking to purchase the site and ahead of developing something, can look at it, they can understand what they're doing, what they're expected to deliver, and basically what's going to be needed from them. And then within that, you kind of have these two parts. So it's generally split into general principles, which are kind of apply site-wide, and then very specific guidance, which might be based on a character area or a specific zone. Some of them may even go down to a plot-by-plot basis. And that is often used, particularly on a site where it's known that it's going to be sold to different developers. So if the intention is to do an overarching framework and then sell it plot by plot, you might add that extra level of detail in to ensure that you get a consistency across the scheme as a whole. And that will often manage the kind of appearance of a building, individual buildings. I think that the kind of link to that is the importance of the wording, and I appreciate that Mr. Banner picked this up as being a pedantic point, but actually I don't think it is a pedantic point. I think it's core to the usability of a design code, and it's whether it's fit for purpose or not. And that is around the understanding the difference between absolute parameters and interpretive parameters. So design codes absolutely have to be flexible, because they're something that people need to interpret. There needs to be that ability. Of no issue with that flexibility being built in. However, one of the core things about it is that you use phrases like the applicant must or the applicant shall. Both are valid. I think must is preferred because there's, legal argument around the meaning of the word shall, and does it mean you have to or not. But whether you opt for must or shall, one of the most important things is you don't use both in the document. And the reason you don't use both in the document interchangeably is that it suggests they have a different meaning. So why have you used must here and shall here? There's a suggestion, therefore, that they have a different weight or a different meaning. So other than obviously in its normal parlance, you would try and avoid using both shall and must. And then where you've got, and that's for the absolute parameters, i.e. things you absolutely have to follow. And then where you've got ones that are interpretive, they're for guidance, and there's a flexibility to bring forward something as long as it has an equal or greater level of quality, and they're the ones where you typically use phrasing like the applicant should. And you know, as I said, it's fairly common to have both. Now, one of the first things that I did in looking at this was to the wonder of PDFs and digital documents is to do a word search on the word shall and the word must within the appeal scheme document. It uses shall 104 times, but it also uses must 12 times, and there is an interchangeability. So that isn't just must in other contexts. It does use it in the terms of you must do this. There's also 233 occurrences of the word should, which suggests that even if we take shall and must as meaning the same thing, there's...
I think this is probably just repeating what's in the proof, so I'm not. Should we
Okay.
go to-
And I think also the inspector's already looked at the exemplar and
Okay.
got that for future reference as well, sir. So I think what I'd like you to do is to move from that to the next heading, which is unattractive illustrative scheme.
Yeah.
And having referred to the ongoing discussion nationally about the meaning of beauty, you say there are a number of concerns where in essence you don't think that the design code is sufficient to guarantee a visually attractive or beautiful scheme. The next section I think we can take a little bit more quickly, if not very quickly, because here you're referring back to the concern that there's nothing to bring forward any assurance of the special elements that you've drawn attention to in terms of the townscape. Is that right?
Yeah, that's
Pages
correct.
67 and 68. And the inspector again has looked and can look again through the design code to see what it does say in terms of the requirements for these sort of elements that you summarize at 5.5.34.
Yeah, so that's where I set out some of the elements, obviously having been critical of the analysis for not having done that. I kind of set out there what I personally think are some of the key features.
And you draw attention to one place where there is reference to Basildon's character, but you don't regard it as sufficient for the reasons you give. And then you turn more generally to the next heading of guarantees and assurances, which you say the design code must provide. And then you express your concern about the design code, which focuses on the illustrative scheme as opposed to potential future schemes that might come forward. Is that correct on page 69?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I suppose what I'm trying to set out here is, and it comes back to the point I made at the beginning of this section around that relationship between the documents and the illustrative scheme. The illustrative scheme should be showing a satisfactory way that this could be delivered in accordance with the design code and the design and the parameters. And what I'm therefore kind of need to do is when you interrogate that plan, if there are problems with it and things that you think actually that isn't good design, then you kind of need to, I suppose, work it the backwards, for want of a better phrase. So you sort of say, well, hang on a minute, if this is being brought forward and proposed in the illustrative scheme, that presumably is something that's facilitated by the design code, in which case, how can you be certain that you're going to get a good outcome if actually there's a negative outcome, which is also something that's in accordance with and facilitated by it. And I mean, the one example there that I'll highlight, I won't go through all of them, but at 5.2.21, page 53 of my proof, and I'll point to this one because I think it's an important one that you can have a look at as well when you're out walking around, is this one around the residential entrance on this corner. The parameter plan suggests that that is an area for residential frontage. I think in the rebuttal it said, but it doesn't mean that it's an entrance or a window. It could be a bin store or a bike store. Absolutely, could be. However, the illustrative scheme has a tower at that point. So clearly, if you're going to have access to the core of that tower from ground level, you need to come in at that location. You couldn't have the residential entrance, say, on the other side or fronting onto the bus station. And the simple fact is that, as you can see from the photograph at figure 5.2, and as you can see in person when you look at or walk around the site, is that that's a service yard for those shops that sit beyond the red line. In this particular scheme, it's also suggested as being the car park access ramp for the basement car park. But in any scenario, that residential entrance is not going to be a high quality place, certainly not somewhere I would want to go. I suspect it's probably not particularly nice at night, although I've never been there at night. And yet there's nothing in the design code that precludes this. There's nothing that says, you know, the entrance can't go there, clearly, because the illustrative scheme is showing it as being there. And this to me is just one example, and I do set others out, and there are other conflicts on the next couple of pages and the next couple of figures, including 5.3, where it's to do with the relationship between residential uses being 8 meters away from the bus stands. That's not necessarily as it being a pinch point, it's to do with the conflicting uses, and obviously that's a ground floor use, I should add, so that's a residential ground floor at that point. The pinch points, which I would allow my colleagues to talk about on the planning, because it's probably more relevant to that as well. But I think they are all just examples really of these failings in the illustrative scheme, which on the basis that the illustrative scheme is in accordance with the design code, should be that it kind of inherently concerns me that and it kind of adds to that worry that the design code isn't going to be fit for purpose if it's allowing these types of issues to be delivered.
Okay, so turning back to section 5.5.
Yeah.
The next heading is lack of effective community engagement.
Yeah.
And you set out your concerns there. And I think in essence is that you conclude from what took place that it wasn't effective community engagement for the reasons you've given. I hope the inspector will forgive you for not reading those few paragraphs. I then think that you ought to deal with the two matters that you set out after that. That's the shift to low carbon and assurances of residential amenity.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. So again, I don't really want to just read it, but you know, as it's set out there, the level of detail on sustainability is I think quite weak. It comes through in the butters, which I'll touch on in a minute, that the aspiration seems to be that you kind of should comply with whatever current policy is on it. It doesn't set aspirations for being better than policy, which is something which could be dealt with. And there's a couple of examples given there. There's, for example, there's no requirement for BREEAM targets, for example. There's nothing like that that's set out in the design code. And it goes back on again. It's around the musts and the shoulds, which I won't go into detail on. And then again, the prescription for residential amenity, really, it's just looking at I suppose that relationship between the parameter plans and the maximum extents and the illustrative scheme. I think page 82 of the DAS states that the illustrative scheme is the maximum extent, and I don't believe that that's the correct assertion. I think that it's you know, a scheme within the parameters, but I don't think it's the maximum extent of them, other than potentially maximum in terms of height. But it comes back to this issue of height, scale and massing, and the focus very much being on height and the kind of scale and massing being left to the side slightly. So I think there are areas within the maximum development scenario where there could be significantly larger buildings constructed than is suggested. And that is something that needs to be taken into account.
Then 5.5.67 on the question of north-facing units.
Yeah, so again, it's touching on this residential amenity point, but the design code for the appeal scheme talks about aspect being dealt with as a should, i.e. it's an interpretive parameter, whereas when you look at that Meridian Water one as example, it's far more unambiguous. It clearly states single aspect north facing units must be avoided. Developers should aim to achieve 100% of residential units as dual aspects. Where single aspect units are proposed, they must demonstrate through drawn examples and in discussion with the council the maximisation of dual aspect units has been tested and optimised. And again, it's just another example really of how the design code with the appeal scheme is far more lax, far less prescriptive, and just does not bring that certainty as you would get in that scheme that what comes forward as reserved matters applications would meet a high quality scheme.
Good, thank you very much. Then you indicated that you were going to say something about the heritage question and Brookhouse, if you could.
Yeah, I think
as well, please.
Yeah, I think this is something we can be reasonably brief on. As I touched on earlier, I've tried to separate out the kind of townscape harm from the heritage harm when we're talking about Brookhouse. I think it's the kind of difference between the sides on this is quite slight. In his rebuttal proof, Mr. Hancock states that it was the appellant's understanding that it was agreed to the statement of common ground that while a degree of less than substantial harm would arise to the significance of Brookhouse, this would be outweighed by the scheme's benefits. That's correct. However, we were sort of very mindful that even if that is an agreed position, in your decision making, you need to apply, appropriate weight to that level of harm, and therefore it's just important for us to set that out. And again, I think there's note that in his rebuttal. So I think I would agree that that there is a lot of evidence before you on this matter, so we won't go into it in detail. I would just reiterate that obviously while the impact on its significance is more it's more sensitive at kind of close range, and that's been sort of thoroughly examined and tested in the other two appeals. There are also elements that are in the distance views, particularly in that wider setting of it, and they do need to be factored in. But again, it's a low level of less than substantial harm, so it would be outweighed, but there is still some harm, as hopefully I've demonstrated through those views that we looked at, to its wider setting and its appreciation within that. And also, I don't think that although the appeal scheme is a distance away from it, and this kind of relates back to the note or the plan that was circulated this morning in terms of where the massing sits in relation to it, I think that again it's very low level, but there is some townscape harm on the significance of Brookhouse at that close up range. I think when you look at it in those east views and west views at close range, you're going to be aware of the kind of massing and the appeal scheme, and it will certainly change the way in which you appreciate it. So again, yes, it's a low level, but there is some harm there, albeit harm that will be outweighed. And I think I'm also just mindful again to reiterate that obviously because this is an outline scheme, it's, you know, it's more around the scale and the massing than it is around the material and the detail. Appreciating both the town square and market square schemes, the schemes were either detailed or at least hybrid schemes, so there was an element of detail for the inspector in that case to factor in when he was considering what that harm might be.
Thank you very much. The last matter that you indicated, actually there were two further matters, broad matters. The first was in relation to the Essex Quality Review Panel. I wonder, Mr. Reynolds, if there's any point you wanted to highlight specifically. They're referred to in your evidence.
They are, yes. I refer to them in my evidence. It's 2.3, I think. Let me just find the reference for you. Yes, on the 2.3.3 onwards, I talk about it, and I won't go through it in detail. But just to summarise, the scheme was reviewed twice by the QRP. The first review was part of a kind of joint review with the other town centre schemes. The second review was a detailed review of this scheme. And I think that the two things really that I want to draw out from it. One is that the panel noted, I think it was in the first review, set out at 2.3.18, that it was really important that the identity of Basildon be conveyed through the placemaking, and that fully understanding and interpreting the town's heritage was vital in maintaining and enhancing the character of the town. And again, I think that's something which is it's certainly lacking in the appeal scheme. And then the second one really was just to note that what didn't happen, if you like, which was that the panel on the second one stated that they really wanted the scheme to ensure that the design of homes and living space would be to the highest standard. And I kind of emphasize the highest in 2.3.28 there. Whereas what we're actually seeing through the design code and things like it must meet the minimum standards is that it's kind of setting out the minimum standards for it to reach, not the highest standards for it to reach. And I think, as a kind of aside, that it's unfortunate that the panel wasn't sort of able to review it again, perhaps subsequent to that, to kind of see what finally got submitted and how it went in. And I note that I think Essex Place Services, who kind of provide design advice as well to Basildon, didn't place any design comments on the final scheme, so I'm not sure that there was any kind of independent, if you like, design review or validation of the final scheme.
Okay, thank you very much. Turn now to Mr. Hancock's rebuttal. So you've got Mr. Hancock's rebuttal, and you recall there's some tables at the back.
Oh, yes.
And there's some sort of staccato comments made. The same approach is taken in Mr. Tracy's and Mr. Mumby's proof. And I do need to ask Mr. Reynolds to respond as pithily as he can to the points made, almost as if you had another column, which we're quite happy to provide to you if you felt you'd prefer it, but in your hands, otherwise we'll go through it. Ping pong, I agree. So looking first, Mr. Hancock's table. Do you have that, Mr. Reynolds?
1 second, sorry, I should have opened it ready.
That's to Mr. Hancock's rebuttal evidence.
Sorry, we're starting with Hancock's, did you say, sorry?
Sorry?
Starting with Mr. Hancock's.
Mr. Hancock,
Yeah.
And I'll try, hopefully fairly, to summarise the points that, that he makes. Do you have that, Mr. Reynolds?
I do now, yeah.
So do you have that? Okay. On the left-hand summary point, it says density maximised, and then there's a detailed point which is referable to your evidence, and then the notes to the right-hand side of the page. The point being asserted is that at no point prior to the receipt of evidence has the case been one where the scheme is overly dense. What is your response to that, please?
Yeah, I'm not clear where the suggestion or he thinks I've suggested that the scheme is too dense. I mean, I've pointed out that it is a dense scheme, but that's only in the context of saying that it therefore needs careful consideration. And I think that the point around the MPPF being very clear on obviously what making the best use of land means, and it's not just about maximizing the number of units. It's about, you know, optimizing the site and you know, needing to use characterization and design strategies, and you know, it's still set out in the MPPF as part of that, and they're things that the appeal scheme fails to do, and is set out in the reasons for refusal, particularly in reason for refusal 2, obviously setting out that the height, scale, form and massing are not acceptable in those specific zones, and I think that those height, scale and massing are kind of, if you like, the ingredients of density. So I don't think it's suggesting something new by saying it's too dense. I think it's just a different way of verbalizing it.
Thank you. The next point is the marker building inappropriate, referable to 5.14 of your evidence. Mr. Hancock says that you identified you're not in support of the idea of marker buildings in the town centre. And the right-hand side, there's reference to the inspector in the Market Square decision. And the test Mr. Hancock refers to further down the column, taken from the inspector, he says, is whether or not the marker is worthy of the gesture. And he says that
sorry
you
to
are,
interrupt, but Mr. Howard, you did say you were going to fairly summarise the columns. You're reading out some columns and not the others, and I don't accept the fairness of the summary, to be quite honest, because the whole point about this table is to show the audit trail of when points were and weren't raised. So skipping out 6 stages of the process isn't fairly summarising that table. So, I mean, you can ask the questions you want, but I just like to put down a marker. I don't accept it's I'm not suggesting you're doing it deliberately, but I don't accept it's a fair characterisation of the points being made in this table.
well, I've done it, to be fair. Sorry that I haven't been fair in Mr. Banner's view. Secondly, because the columns in between set out in some parts quotes and matters that are referable to the documents. Thirdly, because I'm assuming the inspector's read the evidence and I want to move on. Fourthly, because the last right-hand column is where I understand the main point to be made contradicts with other appeals, etc., and the comments. So I hope I'm otherwise.
That's not the point.
For my
To be
part,
clear, that's not the point. The point goes back to what I said in opening, that there are a number of points which haven't previously been raised. There's a further point that some points contradict with appeal decisions, but there's a point also about looking to what extent are some of the points made in the proofs points that weren't in the mind of members, and that's why it's important to understand the sequence of events set out in the, I think it's 6 or 7 columns that have been skipped over in the first 2 questions.
Sure. Mr.
I'm aware of the point that has been made about some points have been raised, which are sort of new points in the proofs.
So marker building inappropriate, and we'll try and meet Mr. Banner's point to scan across the columns to pick up the chronology dealing with the officers and then the members and then so on, and then provide your comments that you wish the
Sure.
inspector to note in relation to what that table puts out.
Sure. I think on this one, I'd say the first thing is I don't say that I don't support the idea of marker buildings. I say that I'm not convinced by the rationale for multiple marker buildings. They can be useful, but obviously the more markers you have, the less functional they are as a marker. And also very often the term marker building is used to try and justify an inappropriately located tall building with no underlying urban design rationale. So that's
And here, just to be absolutely clear, in terms of the marker building set out in your evidence quite clearly, is that you think it actually has a large part to play in the harm created by pulling back the town centre.
yes, correct, because it alters the structure of the town centre from how it operates now to make it very different.
Thank you. It's paragraphs 5.418, 5.4.20. So if there's proof of evidence. And so far as officer support, perhaps as a general point, the officers, their view of planning judgment on these matters. On planning matters, is it common in your view for professionals to have different views? Or?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely it is. Depends entirely on officers. Well, it's the nature of the work we do. Different people have different opinions on what works and what's successful and what isn't. And it's it's clear in the reasons for refusal that the height and scale of massing is an issue. And I agree with that position.
Thank you. And then scheme is harmful to the character of the town centre by placing height away. That's broadly the same point, isn't it? Mr.
It
Reynolds?
is, yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, I'm just kind of scanning through what I'd written in my own notes there. I mean, I think some of that, I mean, it's quite a detailed body of text on that one. I think obviously, I wasn't involved in the market or town square appeals, so can't really comment on what was said in those or what arguments were put forward to in those two cases. However, as I've set out in my proof and as I've expanded upon this afternoon, I think the role of Brook House is more than just a singular role, if you like. I think it performs various roles, that one at close range, one at a longer distance range, one as a historic building, one as a significant townscape building, but not necessarily as a heritage one. And I think had the appellant undertaken a more thorough analysis of the town centre, that perhaps the kind of understanding of the role and the function of it would have been better understood.
So when the inspectors talk about the primacy of Brook House for its townscape function and talk about the erosion of the landmark quality, what is the effect of this scheme?
Well, it's shifting that sort of shifting the balance really of the town centre away from the historic town centre. The two appeal schemes are both within that or sit along that axis, that east-west route, which was very much the heart of the original town centre. And I kind of feel that in the same way that perhaps the development of the Eastgate Centre, as I touched on at the beginning, kind of upset, if you like, the balance of the town centre when it was originally built. I think the kind of appeal scheme is at risk of doing the same, repeating that same mistake again, and kind of creating that unbalancing the town centre and the way that it functions between the historic part and the newer part.
Do you think as a result of this scheme, the primacy of Brook House would be retained?
No, well, no, I think it would be. I don't think it would. I really don't think it would.
Thank you. I've not covered every detailed point raised on the table. Mr. Banner can ask you about them. Mr. Tracy's rebuttal table, please.
Yeah.
And I think actually in large part, are they really directed to Ms. Reynolds?
Yeah, I think the first part of it is there's a couple of points at the end that are ready for mine. I think the first one is around, I think it's commented that there's a conflict between myself and Ms. Reynolds' proofs around the loss of retail space. And I think, it's an easy one to deal with because there isn't a conflict in position. I think it's a matter of fact that all parties agree that a loss of retail or a reduction in retail is desirable. The town centre has too much retail. However, it is also a material matter of fact that the current policy is for no loss of retail in the town centre. So I think the point that Ms. Reynolds makes in her proof is merely that the loss of retail is a breach of policy, not saying that it's not an acceptable one, but just as a matter of fact, it is. And that's kind of what's led to those two.
Well, so that point actually was directed at Mr. Reynolds, that particular point.
Yeah.
But Ms. Reynolds will deal with it as well.
Yeah.
The next point, to which is directed at you, is related
Yeah.
to the parameter plans.
It is, yeah.
But I think you've
I
covered that
think
point.
I've probably covered all this. Yeah.
And then there's reference to the Essex Quality Review Panel and what they said. And
Yeah.
I don't intend to ask you about that. The inspectors got their representations, and you can read to see whether Mr. Tracy has fairly recorded their view. And then finally to the evidence of Mr. Mumby. There's a similar table there.
Yeah.
And there's a response from Mr. Mumby about the part of your evidence where you referred to the National Design Guide and the National Design Code. Do you recall?
Yeah.
Criticism is made there that may be unfair because at the time of the application, the design code was not in place.
That's right.
What's your
Yeah.
response to that?
Yeah, well, I mean, in fact, the comment is that the 2021 National Design Guide wasn't in place because, as I mentioned, it was kind of re-released, if you like, and slightly edited to so the two documents to sit together. But I mean, I think the point there is that obviously you have to make your decisions there based on planning policy that is today, not as it was when the appeal scheme was submitted. And clearly today we do have the National Design Guide 2021 and the National Model Design Code, and therefore they are relevant to this appeal. And also when it comes to the design guide, yes, the current version was only released in 21, but actually, as I pointed out, the original version was released in 2019, which was sort of over a year before the scheme was submitted, and yet there is still no reference to it. It hasn't materially altered between those two versions. It was only some small references that altered in there.
Thank you. Then there's a reference to the pinch points. I don't want to ask you anything further on that. Inspector, I'm sure has got your point on that. Then there's a point raised about the town centre retail floor space, and Mr. Mumby, having gone through chronological steps, is rather critical. I think the point is made. But in the end column, he says the oversupply of retail seems to be a point which Mr. Reynolds and the appellant are in agreement with.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
not
I
quite
already
sure
made
what
that-
the response is meant to be to that.
Clear. No comment there. Conflict of uses, and it said that that's related to amenity. It's a new point. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not. Again, I don't think it is a new point. It functions as a residential amenity. Residential amenity forms part of both reasons for refusal 1 and reason for refusal 3. That's just a particular example of residential amenity point.
The point was probably that the mix of uses issue was not raised previously, certainly in terms of the reason for refusal.
I beg your pardon, sir, I missed that.
I think the issue of the mix of uses proposed in the application wasn't raised specifically in the reason for refusal.
No, but what is raised in the reason for refusal, sir, is the question of the design code,
Right.
referable to points of amenity, which is squarely raised in our statement of case.
Okay, so it's how the design code deals with the mix.
Exactly so,
Right.
sir. It's the point we sought to emphasise. It's not a question of there being some sort of inherent issue. The issue derives from what I have called the paucity of the design code and the need to take into account the parameters plan read with the design code. When you do that, as you should do it, you're not going to end up with the high quality scheme that the appellant claims to be promoting, and we say Basildon deserves. And amenity, as with carbon, are matters expressly raised in our statement of case, and indeed recorded and referred to in your pre-inquiry note following the case management conference. So they're not new matters at all. They fall squarely within the reasons for refusal. And then I don't think the other comments made deserve any specific response, because you've covered them either in your proof or your oral evidence today,
Yeah.
or dealing with the low carbon point at the very end in the abbreviated way that I've just advised the inspector. So I think that completes your evidence in chief, Mr. Reynolds, but is there
Yeah.
something else that you wish to add?
No, that's everything in my notes.
Very much indeed. So do you have any questions at this stage, Mr. Reynolds?
Not at this stage. I mean, I'll pick up some questions overnight and tomorrow, probably as we go along, but yeah, we'll not move on to cross-examination now.
No, I'm sorry that went over, well, 15 minutes over.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to be precise on estimates.
So that concludes today's proceedings. Tomorrow we'll start with the cross-examination of Mr. Reynolds. Then we'll move on to Mr. Mr. Tracy, Hancock, sorry, Hancock. Yes, yeah. We may get on to Mr. Tracy. We'll see how we go. Yes. Is there any procedural points before we?
Yeah, just a question really for you, sir, Mr. Howells. In light of the discussion just now, I think we may need to refer tomorrow to Article 35, the DMPO. Do you need a copy, or are you content that we can access a copy online, given it's? I don't mind.
Sorry, the
Development Management Procedural in terms
no,
of
I can access that.
I'm assuming you can access that.
Yes.
How
I don't need a copy
you
of
don't
it.
need to copy it. No, I assume that would be the case. Thank you. That's the only procedural point on this side. Just check that. That's buzz me. No, thank you.
Anything from you, Mr. Howell?
Yes, thank you,
before we
Roger.
close? No. So there should be an attendance list, which I need to collect. I often forget, but remember today. Right. Otherwise, we'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30. I think I'm in the same hotel as. All right. Okay. Sorry. Just in case we pass in the corridor, I'll obviously say hello, but. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Okay. Radio. I'll see you tomorrow.